really seasoned under center, it's going to be a little bit hard for him. But the thing with him is that he's got a stout offensive line in front of him, and that's really what determines how a new quarterback or a seasoned quarterback sort of performs. If you have that solid offensive line, you have that time to sort of settle into the game, get your reads early on in the game, and it lessens your stress level, I would say. So while he's relatively new to the backfield tonight, under center, I should say, he's got that talent around him to help sort of ease him into this role. So I have high hopes for him tonight.
Homer Center has I think a future star at this level. In Landon Hill, I should say, he rushed for a career high 121 yards last week in that victory over United Valley, and they're probably going to need him to carry the load tonight.
Absolutely, and if history's shown anything, River Valley's run defense struggled heavily last week. The defensive line allowed multiple runs, and even to the quarterback Andrew Miko last week, he got through pretty easily, and the two-headed monster for Portage last week got through rather easily. So, it's obviously he's got that talent, he's got that skill set, but again, it's sort of relating to the quarterback situation. He's got that offensive line. If they can provide holes for him, it's going to be easy for him tonight. All
right, coming back on our ITT pregame show, you'll hear from both coaches. Jess Hauser of the River Valley Panthers, followed up by Greg Page of the Homer Center Wildcats. Coach Hauser in his second season of this consolidated program between Blairsville and Salzburg forming River Valley. He's 8-4 overall. Coach Page, the all-time winningest coach in Homer Center history with a record of 106-62. Coach Hauser up next when our ITT pregame show continues from Memorial Field on the WCCS WLCY Homer Center River Valley Football Network.
I'm Jake Slobodnik with this week's trip around the Heritage Conference, driven by Mark Arbuckle Nissan in Indiana. Matt Felisic and his purchase line Red Dragons look to shake off last week's loss to Penn's Manor as they face the West Shamokin Wolves, who are fresh off a 40-point game at home. Speaking of last week's IRMC Player of the Week, Max Hill leads the Penn's Manor Comets into United Valley tonight as they look to make it 2 wins in a row against the Lions. Coach Marty Slonick and his Portage Mustangs look to stay undefeated in Heritage Conference play as they take on their backyard foe in the Cambria Heights Highlanders in the Battle of Cambria County. Our U92 Game of the Week features the Northern Cambria Colts, who are coming off an upset win over Cambria Heights last week, and the Marion Center Stingers, who look to rebound after a loss last week. Todd Marino has the call on 92.5 FM U92 and on the U92 Sports Channel at 6:30 with pregame coverage. And lastly, the Homer Center Wildcats look for their second straight win at home as they face the River Valley Panthers. That game will be simulcast on WCCS and Cat Country 106.3, and it will also be live streamed on Renda Digital TV, the live stream presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Airtime for the Wildcats and Panthers is 6.
When your vehicle needs tended to, take it to Baroni's Auto Care. Baroni's Auto Care inspects, does minor repairs including brakes and exhausts, as well as oil changes and tune-ups. And if you're looking for tires, Baroni's Auto Care sells all brands. Baroni's Auto Care is currently accepting new customers. So when your vehicle needs inspected or repaired, take it to Baroni's Auto Care right off Route 56. Look for the sign in Brush Valley.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Our ITT pregame show from Memorial Field continues. We thank our sponsors all season long. Of course, every Friday night, an IRMC High School Sports Night across our Indiana County radio station network and our Arenda Digital TV video streams, sponsored by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and the Twin Cities Event Hall. Coach Page interview all season long, brought to you by Walbeck Insurance in Homer City. Walbeck Insurance, Main Street, Homer City, or online 24/7 at walbeckinsurance.com. Coach, you look back on last week's 28-6 victory over United Valley. Always week one mistakes to fix, maybe things you were happy with and things you went to work on.
Well, the things we were happy with were we persevered and got a good win to start the season. You know, we had some things where we had to replace a couple guys in key positions, and you know, I think those guys responded. Overall, we picked things up when we had to. I credit United Valley. I thought they had a really good game plan. Their kids played hard, but we absolutely have to improve a lot of things.
Offensively, things were disrupted. Of course, you lost starting quarterback Cole McAnaldy at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. You were already without your backup sophomore Angelo Alexander, and your emergency quarterback Riley Clevenger did a good job of stepping in and managing things at least and engineered you to victory. You do get Angelo Alexander back this week, and I understand he'll get the start tonight.
Yeah, we're going to give him the start. First off, I think there's a reason you put a kid like Clevenger in that position, and that's because he's a gamer, he prepares, he's coachable, he's a competitor, and he's still getting a lot of reps. I mean, we see some things there that he could possibly bring for us if we need to. But we're going to go with Alexander and give him a shot. The kid's a hard worker. He's smart. He wants to be in the game, and so that's a key thing. We're going to see what he does tonight.
In your scrimmage against Winber, I think it's fair to say that he was one of your standout players, he and fellow sophomore Braden Dunn.
I think they had a good scrimmage, yeah. They certainly didn't hold back. They were aggressive. That might have been against some of Winber's second or third tier guys, but, they're sophomores themselves. So, Braden gave us a couple good plays last week offensively. I think he's an up-and-coming kid. We're going to see what both of them can do tonight, as well as some other young guys that need to continue to contribute.
River Valley Panthers like yourself, I know it's only week number 2, but tough part of the schedule. They opened up against a Portage team that surprised them. I think it's always, from your standpoint, you almost hate to play an opponent that might be smarting a little bit after a 40-6 thumping last week.
I absolutely don't like it. I know they're going to come back more focused. When you get game tape, game film that you can actually look at instead of scrimmaging and camp, that sort of thing, you have some tangible things that you can look at. I know it's a good coaching staff. They got a lot of kids, hungry kids. I think it's something where they're going to come back and have a lot more purpose.
Luke Woodring is their quarterback this year, replacing Stats. He brings a little different dynamic because he has the ability with his athleticism to extend plays, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I think he's a really good athlete. I think he hurt us in a long pass last year on the receiving end, if I'm not mistaken. I like what he does back there. He moved well. He got flushed a few times by the Portage defense, and that's when you get scared because now he's looking downfield. He has a weapon with his feet. He was directing guys to try to get them to move on the scramble drill, and I think a couple times he had guys and the ball wasn't caught or didn't make a connection. So he's a concern to be able to contain.
Coach, last year in the second half, they were shorthanded. It's kind of like role reversal this year. I have in my own game notes because you're banged up, and this year they're healthy. But they played smash mouth football and really took it to you. Do you kind of expect that type of approach from them to maybe, hey, look back at last year's video and say this worked against them?
I think they could. It's part of their offense again this year. They want to line up power I at times. They have a nice sized line. They'll see that United Valley had a little success running the ball off tackle against us. I think our defense bent but didn't break in a lot of instances. So I imagine them to try that. They also have athletes on the outside, so that's why you see them in the empty sets and some of the spread formations. I think anything will go with them. I think they have the personnel to do that. I agree with that. We have to be ready to defend the whole field.
Coach, other than the obvious turnovers and special teams are always important, what are keys for you tonight against the Panthers?
We got to shore some things up with snaps. I mean, it wasn't just the center's fault. It's the receiving of the snap at times. Our timing on some things offensively wasn't good. Maybe that's a first game thing. Maybe that's a product of having a kid in there that's not really gotten a tremendous amount of reps at quarterback. Defensively, I think we can be way more physical. I really do. I think we can hit harder at the point of attack and be more sure in our tackling.
Greg, thanks for doing this. We'll talk to you on the post-game show. Back-to-back games for the first time since 2015 to open a season here at the Friendly Confines. Hopefully you can take advantage.
Thank you guys very much.
Head coach Greg Page is always brought to you by Walbeck Insurance, Main Street in Homer City. We say thank you to Rob Walbeck and his team. You can visit them online at walbeckinsurance.com. Coming back with more on our ITT pregame show from Memorial Field on WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM, Cat Country 106.3 FM, and on the video side brought to you by Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Renda Digital TV.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Hi, Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscaping.
Our ITT pregame show continues on Cat Country 106.3 and the Trib Live High School Sports Network with the Jess Hauser Show. Standing by with the coach, here's Jake Slobodnik.
Episode 2 of the Coach Jess Hauser Show on Cat Country 106.3 and especially on WCCS 101.1 FM and AM 1160. Jake Slobodnik on the line with the coach right now. Coach, good to have you this week. Hopefully things are a little bit better for you guys this week.
Yeah, we came out of the last game healthy, and we're ready to go this week.
So saying that last week's loss was, saying that it's tough would be an understatement to say the least. Now that you've had some time to sort of let last week's game digest a little bit, what was your overall? What were some of the takeaway points that you had following last week's loss against Portage?
Just misalignment on the offensive line. We were doing the wrong reads and the wrong steps. We got that squared away, and hopefully we'll be good to go this week.
What was the overall mood in practice like this week? You got the team. Obviously, it wasn't the result they were expecting, but how would you gauge how they sort of shook off the dust and hit the ground running this week in practice?
We started Monday. These kids came right back and ready to work. They put in the work this week. They knew they had to put in work and go over plays and get back to fundamentals, and that's what they did this week. We had a great week of practice.
Last week was Luke Woodring's first game under center, and he only got off 3 passes, I believe, maybe a little bit more, but generally speaking, he didn't get many opportunities to put the ball through the air. Did you sort of pull him aside at any point after the game or this week and get him back on track, or did he just take the reins and hit the practice field ready to go this week?
He took the reins this week as a captain. He took over, wanted to be a leader, and he got the kids all fired up, ready to go this week. Last week, he was under constant pressure on the run. I mean, he probably ran 1,000 miles. And only threw the ball 3 times. So we got to work on that with our offensive line, get that squared away so we have a chance to throw the ball this week.
Did you talk to Luke at all about his overall performance and, what's his mindset?
His mindset's great. He's ready to bounce back and show what he could do this week. His performance last week, he was upset. And like I said, he didn't really have the time, so that was on our offensive line. But our coaches got that squared away with him.
Yeah, and that's my next talking point, ironically, is what did you notice about your offensive line? Clearly we saw a few collapses on the offensive line throughout the game that resulted in some negative plays for the offense. Just how did they sort of was there any changes to their practice routine this week, or did they just double up on what they already knew what to do?
We kind of doubled up, but we kind of went back to the basics, made easier steps, easier reads, And it wasn't all really on the offensive line. Our linebackers, our fullback, he missed a bunch of blocks too, so he has to get better at that too.
On to brighter things, Ethan Kishlock looked really good in the backfield last week, garnering the first touchdown of the season for the Panthers, and Quentin Whitmer also looked pretty good on the carries that he had. While he didn't have many breakaway runs, he did show signs of brightness throughout the game against Portage. Overall, what were your takeaways from your backfield committee?
Our backfield, I think, ran well. They missed a couple holes. Like I said, our fullback, he got to get better at blocking. Quentin, he never played the game before, so that was really his first game of action. This week will be week 2 of action for him. So each week he's going to get better and better, and he is a tough runner to bring down.
Shifting focus onto tonight, you guys take on the Homer Center Wildcats in a bit of a backyard brawl, and this is very timely considering the college football rivalries were this week. What can you tell us about the River Valley Homer Center matchup, obviously in its second year of inception, but what can you tell us about the rivalry that you guys have with Homer Center?
Oh, these kids are friends. They talk back and forth on social media. They're a great team, well-coached team, and it's been a rivalry with me since I went back in high school when we played them. But it's going to be a bar fight. A big fight here. Everybody's going to do whoever's last stand, and it's going to be winning.
What are some of the key differences that you noticed between the Portage Mustangs and Homer Center?
They're about the same. They're big. They got a big running back, Landon Hill, just like Portage had a big running back, and they're very physical. They're pretty much the same team, so we got to step it up this game.
Now, the Wildcats, they're without their first 2 quarterbacks, at least last time I heard. Maybe they got their second stringer back, but last time I checked in, they were down to their third-string quarterback. Is that something you guys focused on in your defensive schemes this week?
No, we're focused on the starter we playing, McAnulty. We're focused on him starting. I haven't heard nothing else. And it's Homer City. If there's a way for him to get on the field, he's going to be on the field for them.
Now, the Wildcats led by Greg Page, and he's got a historied resume at the helm of the Wildcats. What can you tell us about what he brings to the table each game?
His knowledge. His dad was a great coach, so he got that right off his dad. He brings the same kind of intensity and knowledge to the game. He always has a great team on the field ready to take it on Friday night.
Now, last week, again, rough loss against Portage, but what do you guys need to do to overcome the Wildcats on the road tonight? It adds a little bit of an extra element of difficulty now that you guys are on the road. Granted, it's not too far away from Memorial Stadium, but road game nonetheless. What do you guys need to do in order to come away victorious tonight?
First off, we're coming in healthy this year. Last year we were down a couple of running backs. We're coming in healthy. We still be able to block on the offensive line and tackle the ball. Get after them. Team tackle. That's it.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck out there again tonight against Homer Center, and we'll talk to you after the game.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Coach Jess Hauser of the River Valley Panthers. He and his team look to upset the preseason favorite Homer Center Wildcats tonight on the road in Homer City. We'll take a timeout and come back with more of our Indiana Total Therapy pregame show on WCCS, Cat Country 106.3, and video streaming on Renta Digital TV, presented by the Grayson Coral Sportsman's Club.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well. From your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
I'm Shannon Lipniskis. Hutton Blues Insurance of Indiana is proud to support high school football.
I'm Jay Blues. You can't beat football season, and when it comes to your insurance needs, you won't beat the service we provide at Hutton Blues Insurance.
Our family business has served Indiana and the surrounding counties for more than 3 decades.
Once you do business with Hutton Blues Insurance, we'll make you a customer for life.
So best of luck, area teams, from your friends at Hutton Blues Insurance in Indiana.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Welcome back to our S&T Bank broadcast booth. Relationship banking, one customer at a time, as we are set for week number 2 of our IRMC High School Sports Nights across the Indiana County Radio Network, and right here tonight on WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM, and also on Cat Country 106.3. And our video stream tonight on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and the Twin Cities Event Hall. And we'll get Jerry coming in soon, our statistician. But first, our keys to the game brought to you by Luther Ford Lincoln. We have Jake Slobotnik, the voice of the River Valley Panthers, in the booth, and will join me. Ward, we'll take you back to 1994 when you were roaming the sidelines. We'll start with you tonight, the keys to the game from Homer Center's perspective.
Well, the obvious thing is they've got to help out Angelo Alexander's first varsity start, so they've got to protect him, give him some time to settle in at that position. Second thing, I think, is the offensive and defensive lines have got to control scrimmage. They're a veteran group. They're going to meet a team that had made some adjustments from last week, so that's going to be a big thing for them. And thirdly, and I think maybe most importantly, they've got to get Michael Krajosik the football. I don't care how you do it. He needs to touch 6 to 8 times to be effective. He just didn't get enough opportunities, I think, last week, Mark.
All right, pause for the national anthem, performed by the Homer Center Junior Senior Marching Band. anthem performed by the Homer Center Junior-Senior High School Marching Band. Heard from Ward on the keys to the game from Homer Center side. Jake Slobotnik, what say you about the Panthers?
I'll get to that in a second. Just want to credit Homer Center's marching band, an excellent rendition of the national anthem. Keys to the game for River Valley. First of all, stand your ground. Last week, defense was a big weakness for the Panthers. Obviously, Portage capitalized on it, both on the run and aerial game. Andrew Miko torched him, for lack of a better term, and now they have to really step it up. They don't get a rest period. This is another strong competition that they need to really put their foot down on, and defense wins you games. That's the number one thing for River Valley this week. Number two, hold down the fort up front on the offensive line. Portage really penetrated that offensive line last week for River Valley, so if they can step up this week and hold to Homer Center, because they are familiar with Homer Center, they know what they bring to the table, so with that familiarity, they're able to gauge what they can do offensively, and Coach Hauser, we heard it in the pregame, he knows what the offensive line had to work on, and they worked on that this week. Number three, tailback of the tape. You got two strong heads back there in the backfield with Ethan Kishlock and Quinn Whitmer. They both ran pretty well last week, all things given. Kishlock got the first and only touchdown for the River Valley Panthers so far this season. Whitmer, in his young age, had a couple decent runs. So if they can build on that, that's going to be a big thing for him. And the fourth and final key I have for him is a little bit of a play off the old Beach Boys classic. Woodring it be nice. Luke Woodring has had one game under his belt already, and he's got that a little bit of a familiarity. And if anything, you start the season on probably the worst level you possibly can, especially when you're new to experience. So Luke Woodring, he's hit rock bottom. He can only build from here. He can only go up from here. So if he can grab a stronghold of this offense, lead them like he knows that he has to do and what he can do, Coach Hauser's got the faith in him. It's going to be good for him. And Woodring it be nice.
I like that. I can't say it, but I like it. Keys to the game brought to you by Luther Ford Lincoln in Homer City. We'll be there tomorrow for our final vault promotion of the season, starting around 9 o'clock registration, and we'll see many of our friends there. Coming back with the starting lineups for both teams when we continue on the ITT pregame show from Memorial Field, from our S&T Bank broadcast booth. Relationship banking, one customer at a time. Homer Center, River Valley, right around the corner. Week number 2 of our high school sports nights. Brought to you by IRMC and on Renda Digital TV, the Renda Digital TV network. If you're riding around looking for parking, by the way, plenty of parking up at the school. They have it marked nicely. You can walk down Wildcat Alley right to the ticket gate. Coming back to Memorial Field, starting lineups next on the WCCS WLCY Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. with braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
Minutes on the game clock. Hopefully they won't start early on us. Starting lineups brought to you by Maine's Chiropractic, Main Street at Homer City, adjusting today for a better tomorrow. Jake, what do you have for both offensive units tonight?
Well, let's start off with the Wildcats. They get the ball first. River Valley won the coin toss. They deferred, so the Wildcats will start off on their home turf tonight. Across the offensive line from left to right, at the left tackle, Isaiah Benz, a senior, number 66. Number 75, Romulus Dokos at left guard. And then in the middle at center, Joe Succarelli at 62, a senior center. A senior right guard, number 72, Vinny Tagliati. And running out the starting offensive line for Homer Center, a senior, number 68, the right tackle, Aiden Bikina. Under center, number 1, Angelo Alexander in his sophomore season, 0 for 1 on passing last year as a freshman, 9 rushes for 95 yards. In the backfield at the running back position, Landon Hill, a junior running back. At tight end, Mason Bell, a senior, standing in at 6'2". Wideouts for tonight, number 2, Riley Clevenger in his senior campaign, also a senior, number 10, Casey Harper, and senior number 24, Michael Krajosik rounds out the wide receiver campaign. For the River Valley Panthers, when they do come out on offense in a couple of moments after Homer Center, Dominic Bartolini leads things off at left tackle in his junior season wearing number 74, senior Caleb Griffith number 71 at left guard, Andrew Barris the center at number 61 in his senior campaign, a junior Joe Beddick at number 55 at right guard, and Brad Miller, the right tackle, in his senior year wearing number 77. Under center, Luke Woodring, number 10 in his junior campaign, limited starts as a quarterback, looks to increase that tonight. Number 1, Ethan Kishlock, the star running back for River Valley in his senior campaign, scored the only touchdown for River Valley last season. Quinn Whitmer, the fullback running back 2 for him, number 33 in his junior campaign. Wideouts, Dom Spiel and Sam Yanitz. Spiel wearing number 3 in his junior campaign. Yanitz in his sophomore season wearing number 6. Merrick Smith, the tight end, wearing number 82. And Max Hilty, your wide receiver 3 for River Valley. Those are your starting lineups.
Starting lineups brought to you by Maine's Chiropractic. Chiropractic healthcare actually improves balance, muscle flexibility, joints, range of motion, athletic coordination, and helps the body recover faster. See the difference Maine's Chiropractic can make for you. Maine's Chiropractic, Main Street in Homer City. River Valley won the toss, they deferred, and Homer Center will receive the opening kickoff when we return to Memorial Field as we kick off IRMC High School Sports Night on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Opening kick, 60 seconds away.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Friends of Jim Struzzi re-elect Jim Struzzi on Election Day, paid for by Friends of Jim Struzzi. River Valley to kick off to Homer Center. They have a talented kicker by the name of Keith Bahana, and Bahana last year actually made 42 extra points. They've always had good kickers in Blairsville, now River Valley, and Bahana is one of them. Back deep for Homer Center is Braden Dunn and Michael Krajosik. Braden Dunn set up a touchdown for Homer Center with an outstanding 25-yard return last week. And Bahana's kick is a floater, and it's going to be taken by an up man who falls down at the 28-yard line. And for Homer Center, that was Casey Harper that just lost his footing. Harper, a young man, Jake, that has not played football since 7th grade, but he came out, wanted to play. He's strong, he worked hard, and he won a starting position.
And for somebody who's that young and, for lack of a better term, green at, just at football in general, that was a very heads-up play just to fall down. He didn't know what to do with it. He didn't see any blocks ahead of him, so he fell down, gave his team great starting position for this first drive, and now let's see what they do with it.
Our spotter in the booth is Dennis Mester. Statistician Jerry waved to everybody out there in radio and video land. Jerry Rossai. And his first varsity start, Angelo Alexander. He hands it off to Hill. Hill running room to the 35, near side 40. Shifts the ball into his right hand, 50, 40, shoved out of bounds by the River Valley Panthers. Caden Barnhart pushed him out of bounds, but on the very first play from the 29-yard line of Homer Center to the 35-yard line, that will be a gain of, 35, 36 yards.
No thinking work involved there, Mark. He knew exactly where he was taking that ball. His offensive line set him up perfectly, and after a brief cut outward, he just took it as far as he could possibly go before being shoved out.
1st and 10 for Homer Center. Alexander takes the snap, but he's going to keep it on the read option to the 35, 25, 20-yard line. Goes Angelo Alexander. He's tall and lean, as you heard Jake Alexander describe his size and height. 142, he's 6'2". Caden Barnhart back-to-back tackles, but another big gainer of 13 yards this time for the quarterback. And the Wildcats come out in a power eye out of this shotgun, and it is Bell in the backfield, and they hand it to Landon Hill to the 20, to the 15-yard line, down to the 13-yard line. On the tackle, how about a trifecta for Caden Barnhart? This Blair's River Valley defense starts only 2 seniors, 7 juniors, and a couple of sophomores.
Yeah, very young defensive squad for River Valley, and that brings a lot of problems with it. While there's some benefit with having that growth over the couple of years, obviously right here they're making quick progress for Homer Center.
Twin receivers up top. Sidecar to the left of Alexander's Hill, and Alexander's going to keep it. He cuts it up at the 10. He leans down toward the 5-yard line. So the Wildcats on 4 plays are going to have 1st and goal on the tackle. Not Barnhart this time, but Micah Griffith, who gets the stop at free safety, gets the start in place of Woodring. Coach Hauser told me it's just too much for Woodring, and he was tired playing both ways, and it's a lot on the quarterback playing both ways.
Absolutely, and you got to keep that mental factor in there too. And Woodring playing both offense and defense, he's got a lot to think about.
Mason Bell, the lead blocker for Hill. Hill runs into Bell, and then he runs into the end zone, but a flag is down, and this one may come back on a hold, but we will see.
Yeah, if anything, it's probably holding.
In that area where you see holding, Landon ran into Bell. And let's see what the referee says. Holding on Homer Center. This referee crew is from Cambria County, Johnstown, Somerset area. So they'll back it up from the spot of the foul, which appears to be at the 2-yard line. So they'll back it to the 12-yard line, and it wipes a touchdown off the board.
Talk about this officiating crew. The head official tonight, London Graham. Him and I actually umpired some youth softball and baseball a couple of years ago. And when we met for the pregame meeting, we recognized each other instantly. And to the shock of everybody, they're like, wow, this game's already fixed. But now London's a good guy. He calls it down the middle. He calls things by the book. He's a good guy.
So, 1st and goal. Football back at the 15-yard line. And not the jet sweep. Alexander on the read option again kept it, and he wheels himself inside the 5 back to the 4-yard line. So the Wildcats with 11 yards. We'll get on to Ward Hilliard if he can hear us. Ward, Homer Center gashing some holes. You have a good view right up the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Mark, and I can tell you, Alexander doesn't look like a first-time starter. He is running really smooth, picking up the holes, and just going straight ahead. All 100 pounds of them. Back to you.
142 to be exact. And he has Hill to the right of himself, and he hands it to Hill, and Hill up the middle. He stood up as he approaches the goal line, trying to spin in. No signal yet from the officials, and evidently he's going to be stopped just short of that goal line, so the Wildcats will have third down and goal at about the 1 yard line.
I think that was Caden Barnhart on the tackle. If not, it was either Don Bartolini or Brad Miller, but they closed that gap pretty quickly.
I have to remember here we have replays tonight, and the football is just shy of the goal line. First and goal, here we go. Under center, Joe Succiarelli is Alexander, hands to Hill. Hill into the end zone for a Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. So Homer Center drives 71 yards. Pretty impressive drive, Jake Slobotnik, and they lead 6-0 with 8:51 to play in the first quarter. The strategy, Blairsville deferring, backfires on them.
Yeah, exactly. In River Valley, they're getting exposed early in the run game, and Homer Center's just running with what's not broken right now in terms of offensive play. They've been running it down their throats. We didn't see a pass at all, and I think that drive surpassed, 10 plays maybe? If not, it was short near there, and passing was non-existent that entire time.
The holder is Riley Clevenger, long snapper Dan Jones. Krajosic, soccer-style kickers. Kick is up, and the kick is good. We're underway. Wildcats off and running with 8:51 to play in the first quarter. It's Homer Center 7 and the River Valley Panthers nothing. And you're watching on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, and on Cat Country and WCCS on an IRMC High School Sports Night. Back in a minute.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscaping.
Yanitz at the 17-yard line, and Yanitz threw an opening into the secondary, into the deep coverage of Homer Center up over the 45 to the 47-yard line. Well, Homer Center, Jake Slobotnik, over the past few years, they've had problems on special teams, and it rears its ugly head again as they continue to give up a lot of field position. River Valley will start this drive at their own 48-yard line.
And that's something that River Valley is really flipping the script on last week, because as like Homer Center has in history, last week River Valley struggled on special teams as well. While they received a lot of kicks, they barely made progress on it.
Double sidecar left and right of Woodring, and they give it to Kishlock. Kishlock trying to bounce it outside, and he's going to approach midfield, and down he goes. Romy Doklos on the tackle, along with Homer Center's Isaiah Bentz.
Also 66, Isaiah.
Mark, a quick drive summary for that Homer Center scoring drive. 7 plays, all runs by Landon Hill and Angelo Alexander. 71 yards, time of possession, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Capped off by a 1-yard touchdown rush by Hill. 7-0 Homer Center.
Ball on the right hash in front of the River Valley bench. 2nd down and 8. They give on a Connor, and standing up the fullback, Quentin Whitmer, the Homer Center front wall. He doesn't pick up anything, I don't believe. It looks like the spot is going to be in the same place. Vinny Taglietti on the bottom of the pile for Homer Center, along with Romy Doklos once again.
And now we enter a 3rd and 8 scenario. This is where the weakness reared its ugly head last week for River Valley, the passing game. They couldn't find anybody open, and when they did, it snuffed out quickly.
Woodring was 7 of 18 for 58 yards last week. And that loss to Portage, and he takes the shotgun snap, and he's going to throw deep down the seam for Yanitz, incomplete. On the coverage, Casey Harper. And I think if Woodring doesn't rush that and allows it to develop a little bit more, he might have himself a touchdown because Janitz was breaking free, but he got rid of the football. I don't think he was pressured a lot. We'll see if we have a replay from. We do not have a replay. So it is 4th down as the Panthers go 3 and out.
And that's unfortunate. Like you said, if Woodring doesn't rush that throw, I think he's got a beautiful leading pass to Janitz because Janitz was in breakaway. All he had was real estate in front of him.
To punt, it is Quentin Whitmer, long snappers Brad Miller. Although it looks like that is not Miller snapping. We'll try to pick up that number. It's an end-over-end kick, and Krajosik takes it on the run at the 22 to the 30, near sideline 35-40. He has lightning speed, dances to the 45 and out of bounds at the Wildcat 49-yard line.
Number 33, Quentin Whitmer.
Good job by Michael Krajosik to field that ball on the run, and about a 28-yard punt return.
Unless I saw it incorrectly, I think that long snapper was David Baker, number 64.
There was some talk that Brad Miller may not be able to play tonight. Let's see if he's on that defensive front wall. Looks like he is.
Maybe they're just trying to reduce his workload a little bit, maybe played a little conservative with that injury threat.
28-yard punt, 27-yard return. Empty backfield. In motion, it's Krajosik, and they hand it to him, and he fumbles the football and picks it up on a hop. His shortstop skills came into play there, and he ends up gaining a yard to midfield.
That's why it's always good to have that two-sport background in baseball. You can make a sliding catch like that.
2nd down and 9 from the 50.
So 2nd down and 9, 7 minutes to play here in the first quarter. From our S&T Bank broadcast booth with Jake Slobotnik, I'm Mark Burdig. If you want to watch the video stream tonight, just go to WCCSradio.com and you'll find the link. 2nd down and 9 from midfield, wide side of the field toward the Homer Center bench. Give to Hill. Hill hit by Barnhart, gains 3 to the River Valley 47-yard line. It'll set up 3rd down and 6.
Just these early
Gain of 3 on the play, 3rd down.
Early impressions of this River Valley defense. They're playing a lot better than last week. Just from a general aspect, they're closing gaps. They're finding the ball carrier early on, and they're doing anything they can to limit the yardage scenario.
3rd down and 6 from the River Valley 47-yard line. Empty backfield again. Tight end Bell split off of the right side, and they give it to Hill. No, they're going to fake it, and a lot of running room left side for Alexander to the 40 to the 30, and he dances out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. That's going to be a gain of about 22 for Angelo Alexander. I noticed during the scrimmage how well he runs the read option. Nothing against Cole McAnulty because he's an outstanding quarterback, but Alexander is slick.
Yeah, and he sold it well right there. He read the defense. He knew where they were going, and he went to the opposite side. Good decision to keep it. And for a guy who's as young as he is, not much experience at quarterback, that's a very veteran-level play.
1st and 10 from the River Valley 22. The give to Hill, and Hill is going to be pushed back by inside backer Joey Beddick.
55, Joey Beddick.
Gain of a couple. By the way, that previous tackle was made by Micah Griffith, the free safety, and he's been in on a couple, and that's generally not good news if your free safety is making a lot of tackles.
Yeah, that just means the interior gap right there is, or the interior players on your team are really not being where they're supposed to be. Good eye by the secondary, though.
Under 6 minutes to play in the first quarter, 5:25 and moving. 7-0 Homer Center. Homer Center driving on their second possession. Sidecar left is Hill. And Alexander hands it to Hill, bounces it near side to the 20-yard line, and he's going to be wrestled down as he gets to about the 14-yard line. Good defense. Guess who's back in there? Luke Woodring defensively.
Yeah, and a great tackle there. He followed his man, and he just brought him down with all the power he could muster.
Ball at the 14, so it'll be 3rd down and a short 3 for Homer Center. Good job by Woodring. Coach Hauser said he can't play him both ways. He's just was tired last week. So he gave him the first series off, and he's right back in there. Twins to the left sideline for Homer Center. Alexander, the sophomore Q, hands it off. Big hole up the middle. Hill to the 10 to the 5. That's an easy trip to the end zone for Landon Hill. His second touchdown of the night. and 4th already of the season, and it's 13-0 Homer Center as they drive 51 yards, 4:33 left in the first quarter. That was a big hole up the middle.
Oh, yeah, and you got to credit the Homer Center offensive line for just parting the sea up the middle and allowing Hill that room, because River Valley's been reading those runs pretty well and stopping him to short yard gains, but that one, there was just no doubt about that. That's all offensive line and Hill's ability to read that.
Long snapper Dan Jones, holder Riley Clevenger, Krajosik the kicker. Snap is good. It's put down by Riley. Kick is low. Did it make it over the upright? It did. Not by much, but no style points, but it counts. 14-0 Homer Center, 51-yard drive. We'll give you the drive summary when we continue on an IRMC High School Sports Night on Cat Country and WCCS and Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on the WCCS WLCY River Valley Panthers Homer Center Football Network.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Kip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday Night Lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them, on and off the gridiron, and I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Mason Bell approaches the ball. Good end-over-end kick. Yanitz takes it at the 11-yard line up the center of the field. He has good wills, and he's in the loose again. Heads far sideline. He's into Homer Center territory. Stop-and-go maneuver down the right sideline. He might take it the distance, and he does with an outstanding kickoff return. They're going to say he's out of bounds, however, at the 2-yard line. Outstanding.
Out of bounds on the far sideline.
Let's see, from the 11-yard line, 87-yard return. And Homer Center, did I say special teams have given them problems? There they are again.
This is a completely new special teams unit than what we saw last week. They're making great plays, great blocking. Yanitz is on his horse the entire time. This is great to see for the River Valley Panthers.
And we have a media timeout on the field with 4:20 to play in the first quarter. River Valley's in business when we return after the media timeout. 14-0 Homer Center. The Panthers looking to cut into the lead when we return on the WCCS WLCY Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
At IRMC, we At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The
Center, quick count, and did he get to the goal line? He did. Touchdown, River Valley Panthers. With 4:14 to play in the first quarter, set up by Sam Yanitz. Kickoff return. It's 14-6, just like that.
And, I mean, you said it best, Mark. That was all set up by the special teams. Woodring, all he had to do was follow his blockers. That he did. And he found pay dirt easily, and River Valley is now back into this one after giving up 2 unanswered touchdowns.
Keith Bahana to attempt the extra point, long snapper. It's not Miller. I see it's 64. David Baker out of the hold of Woodring. Straight on kicker, old-fashioned style. Kick is blocked. It snap was high and not good from the beginning. So there's a break in the action. We'll get back to both drive summaries when we return in a minute. Also hear from Ward Hilliard. I know he'll have some comments on Homer Center's ongoing special teams woes. 4:14 to play in the first quarter on an IRMC High School Sports Night on the WCCS WLCY Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
14, Panthers 6.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Three yards, and it took a couple of seconds. We'll get back to Homer Center's drive. Krajosic could return the favor. You can call for a fair catch on this, but Harper takes it on the run, and Harper from the 33 to the 47-yard line, so a 14-yard return. Jake, first of all, Homer Center's touchdown drive.
Well, it happened a little bit ago, but it was 6 plays, 51 yards, 2:49 time of possession. Landon Hill, 5 rushes, 25 yards. Angelo Alexander, 1 rush, but he made it count with 25 yards. And 2 first downs on the drive, capped off by a 14-yard touchdown rush by Hill to put it 14-0 for the moment, then followed up by the River Valley.
Ward, let's go down to you. I know we have both witnessed the problems Homer Center has had on special teams the past few years, really, even with a couple of their really, really strong teams.
Now, you know, I wasn't a big fan of that 3-man kickoff formation last year. I think they better bring it back, though. They're playing too well otherwise, and it's a shame to give the River Valley all his opportunities.
Well,
back to you.
All right, thanks, Ward Hilliard, on the sideline tonight, like he was from 1994 and on for a few years. We'll also have to watch Homer Center's personnel on the kicks, because sometimes that's when you reward younger players with time on special teams. But if you can't perform, you better get your starters out there, because you can't keep giving up short field. We have a injury, or what's going on here?
They're going to make them kick today.
Oh, there was an inadvertent whistle, so they're going to make River Valley kick again. Homer Center will be on the road next Friday night, 6:15 on Renda Digital TV and WCCS. River Valley Panthers back home. I mentioned their schedule. They're going to face a pretty good Cambria Heights team, and then they go to Penns Manor. So it's a tough start for River Valley from the schedule department, and same thing for Homer Center, because they'll follow up after opening with United Valley and then River Valley tonight. Penns Manor, West Shamokin, at Northern Cambria, Portage, and then Cambria Heights. So it's a very difficult stretch for both teams.
Yeah, and River Valley's doesn't get easier, but fortunately for them, it's on their home turf next week whenever they face off against Cambria Heights, who lost a surprising one last week to Northern Cambria. I think it surprised all of us.
One thing they didn't do was put more time on the clock. If it was an inadvertent whistle, it should be set at 4:14, but it's not. Here's a kind of a squib kick, and Hill takes it at the 19, or Dunn that is, to the 30, to the 35, and over the 40-yard line. So pretty good return by Braden Dunn from the 19 to the 41. That's a 22-yard kickoff return.
And that was a much better kick by Bahana. I think he's loving the fact that there was that inadvertent whistle, because then that first kick he had was straight up in the air. It gave Homer Center a little bit more opportunity to get better field position. Now this backs him up a little bit.
So the football at the 41. Wildcats last week only 215 yards of total offense. 227, I should say. Shotgun snap to give to Hill. Hill cradles that football to the 45, and they attack him from behind, but they also push him forward to midfield for 9 yards. On the tackle for the River Valley Panthers, Elijah Morscheid. Nose of the football, almost touching the paint at midfield. Great work by the Homer Center grounds crew. Jake, I've always loved that they take the time to put the hash marks on the field, and it really looks magnificent.
Yep, looks professional grade here.
Sidecar right is Hill. Twin receivers to the short side in front of the Wildcat bench. Another handoff to Hill, another first down. Sidesteps a tackler and gets to the 41-yard line. Hill racking up some big yards here. He had a career high last week of 121 yards on 16 carries. Gavin Burkhart on the tackle. New set of downs for Homer Center.
For a Wildcat first down.
Hill last year, 153 yards, or 153 carries for 853 yards. Colin Troop racked up 1,200, but he has departed by graduation. But Hill, a solid junior year. Power eye look. And Alexander hands it off to Hill, and Hill is met and dropped in his own backfield by Big Brad Miller, the 6'1", 275-pound senior tackle.
Well, I don't think he's feeling any injury right now.
No.
He's feeling pretty good.
Football inside, well, right at the 42-yard line. Wildcats need a yard for a first down.
Hill's first
I'm sorry, they need 11 yards for a first down. Second down and 11. They lost a yard on that play.
Hill now with 86 rushing yards on 10 carries. Your first Commonwealth quick stats.
Time to be first. First Commonwealth Bank bringing you our stats all night long. Second down and long. Here's a Alexander pump fake, and looking, he is going to throw deep into double coverage, and it's tipped away, incomplete, intended for Krajosic. Luke Woodring on the coverage, also Sam Yanitz. Yanitz, an outstanding athlete, so now the Wildcats faced with third down and 11 at the River Valley 42-yard line. Still in the first quarter with 2:15 to play. It's 14-6 Homer Center.
I like Alexander's decision to maybe go deep there, but throwing into double coverage, not the best idea, especially with Woodring and Yanitz both back there. You're throwing into a sea of two of River Valley's best defenders, so not sure about that. Fortunately, just all it got was tipped, not intercepted.
Casey Harper in, Caleb Palmer out. Receiver up top, it's Riley Clevenger. Now they reposition him into a slot. Flanker near side is Krajosic. Alexander slant in to Krajosic, incomplete. Not sure if we'll get a replay on that, if that was thrown behind Michael or not, but it will be fourth down and 11. Here is the replay on our video stream, Renda Digital TV, and
it's too far out in front of them, it looked like.
Yeah, out in front a little bit. So they're going to have to punt it away. The Wildcats pick up one first down, but then they go 3 and out.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first punt that River Valley has forced this season.
Long snapper is Jones. Krajosic stands at his own 45, and Krajosic rugby-style kick, and he gets it away end over end, and it hits at the 10-yard line, and River Valley is going to allow it to bounce inside the 5, down to the 1-yard line. Wow. Where it's touched down by the long snapper, Dan Jones. How about that? The long snapper getting downfieldward. Hilliard, good hustle by Homer Center, and the Panthers, after a 41-yard punt, are pinned deep.
Rolls dead and down at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I think Michael was tempted to tuck that and run. He had some room, and I'll tell you, on the pass play, you could see the gap he was looking at. If he'd have caught that, he'd have been untouched into the end zone.
Ward Hilliard down on the sideline. River Valley pinned at their own 1-yard line. We'll have to peek out of our S&T Bank broadcast window to get a better view. Woodring will go under his center, and they give, and the ball carrier for River Valley is Ethan Kishlock.
I think he did.
Kishlock on the carry.
I think he made it back to the 1, so a gain of nothing.
Mason Bell on the stop.
Mason Bell, as we get a replay, we'll take a look. Nobody touched Bell, and he met him right at the goal line, and Kishlock did fall out of the end zone, but Bell was unblocked. Kishlock last week, 34 yards rushing on 11 carries. He scored their only touchdown, 15-yard effort with 3 seconds remaining. Second down, 10. And the give again with the football. It might. Did he get out of the end zone this time? And the referee, Homer Center, saying safety, but the referee saying third down, black and white. And it will be with 1 minute remaining in the quarter. We'll get a replay and get a look. And Kishlock, boy, I don't know if he did get out.
It's going to be. Looked like Kishlock on the carry again. A host of Wildcat defenders on that stop.
So 3rd down and 10 from the 1 yard line.
We'll go official as a no gain. 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, no
45 seconds left. Woodring goes under center, and the give to Whitmer, I think this time it is. He gets out to the 3, but the Panthers, as we head to the second quarter, are going to have to punt it away. They don't have to run another play here, and it doesn't appear as if they're going to. So the first quarter is in the book, brought to you by Friends of Jim Struzzi. On that tackle, Mason Bell, by the way, again, having another strong game. After one, Homer Center 14 and the River Valley Panthers 6 on Cat Country 106.3, WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM, and Renda Digital TV.
I liked the one with the stained glass ship in the front door. You liked the one with the 2-car garage. But then we found it, the one. It had a porch swing, a yard for our dog, a room for your office. Sure, it was 95 years old, but when we met with Amy at S&T Bank, she mentioned they had been around for over 115 years, and that made me feel better. Because even if we won't be here in 115 years, maybe our grandkids will be.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
A lot of fans right behind them.
It's time for
Dunn and Krajosic stand at the River Valley 35, and it's off the side of his foot, coming near side and bouncing, and the Wildcats get out of the way, and it's going to roll dead at about the 25-yard line in the Homer Center bench. So that's going to be a punt of about 23 yards and no return.
And that's not what Quint Whitmer or these River Valley Panthers needed or wanted. You needed something to go at least 35, and as you said, he just shanked that off the right of his foot, and it gives Homer Center excellent field position to start off this drive, looking to add to their 14-6 lead.
10 for the Wildcats from the Panther 24.
Hey Mark, we got some scores from around the Heritage Conference. After one, Penns Manor leads United Valley 6-0, and also after one, Cambria Heights leads Portage 7-0.
Very good. We'll keep an eye on our Heritage out-of-town scoreboard. Wildcats at the 24, left hash, wide side of the field toward the Panthers bench. Give to Hill. It's clogged up. He bounces it outside to the 20, 15. They force him down inside the 10-yard line at about the 8. Well, they had him bottled up, but he ends up gaining about 16 yards, and it will be first and goal for Homer Center.
And Landon Hill continues to add to his strong game. He finished that first quarter with 86 rushing yards, adding 16 more, now over the century mark in this game, and boy, he's looking strong today.
They put it down at the River Valley 7, so it'll be a 17-yard run for Hill. Wildcats leading 14-6, opening minute of the second quarter. Hill in the backfield. They have an H-back to the left. That is Mason Bell. And Alexander takes it, hands to Hill. Hill lunges for the goal line, but he's going to be short by about a yard. Caden Barnhart and also middle linebacker Joey Beddick tripped him up, but it's going to be second down and goal from the 1.
Gain of 6.
Another score that just came in. Purchase Lines beating West Shamokin 8-0. Not sure at the time or quarter. I would imagine end of 1, but Red Dragons looking to bounce back.
Interesting score there for sure. Probably window dressing. Twin receivers to the right. Casey Harper to the left boundary. And we have a timeout going to be called by River Valley. Timeouts all night long brought to you by Luxembourg Jewelers. Luxembourg Jewelers reminds you now is the time to stop for either Luxembourg's Jewelers convenient locations in Indiana to lay away your holiday gifts. Jake, what are you getting? You're somebody special. Luxembourg Jewelers presenting our timeouts tonight. 10:40 to play in the second quarter. 14-6. Homer Center looking to add on when we return on the Panthers Wildcats Radio and Video Network.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
On scoreboard, Northern Cambria 14, Marion Center Stingers nothing. So the Wildcats out of that River Valley timeout, second and goal. Again, H-back left is Hill. Sidecar to the right of Alexander is Landon Hill. That was Bell as the H-back. Give to Landon Hill, touchdown, his third of the night for Homer Center. They take advantage of the short field on the shank punt and the good defensive stand, too, that set it up. And the Wildcats now lead 20-6 over the River Valley Panthers. Short 25-yard touchdown drive.
Now a hat trick, and we still have 10:36 to go in this first half. You got to think Landon Hill might get an early night to hit the showers. How well he's doing, or maybe he'll just keep piling it on, maybe set some school records tonight. He's already, well, for the season mark, he's already a fourth of the way to where his total yardage was last year. He's just showcasing himself tonight.
I'll get to that in a second. Snap a little bit low, but it's put down nicely by Riley Clevenger, and drilling the extra point is for Joseph. We'll keep it here for a moment. Did you say Hill's yardage last year, 853 yards for the season?
Yep.
And he's
fourth of the way there in 2 games.
Yeah, exactly right.
Really a game and a quarter, I would say.
Ward Hilliard down to you. Short field and good set up by the defense. Yeah, they had him pinned, but Homer Center's defense had to stop them, and they did.
Well, they had the idea. They had a couple safeties, didn't get the call. Did a great job in bottling up the River Valley Panthers. And again, Landon Hill is just a bull. Just watching him run down here, it's scaring me, and I'm not playing. Back to you.
Hill is a junior. 6'1", 220 pounds. So yes, he can bring it with some authority. We want to thank our executive producer on the radio side, Michael Burdig. He'll be racking up some replays for us. Our executive video producer is John Smathers. And what? Oh, executive. Now he wants to raise. Now we're going to demote him back to producer, our video producer. Well, with what we've gone through the past few days, he deserves it. Okay, Jake, touchdown drive.
4 plays, 24 yards, a minute 13 time of possession, set up by a shanked punt by Quentin Whitmer. That traveled 24 yards, capped off by a 1-yard touchdown rush by Landon Hill. Third of the game, second 1-yard touchdown rush for him this game as well.
Dennis, see on the kick coverage team how many young people are out there, because that could be part of the problem. There's a squib kick, and it's taken by an up man for River Valley, that being Elijah Moorscheid, and he's at the 45-yard line where he's bounced out of bounds, and River Valley will have good operating position yet again.
Number 30, Will
First Commonwealth Bank quick stats. First Commonwealth Bank time to be first member FDIC. We're only 10:33 left to go in this second quarter, but Landon Hill, 15 rushes, 116 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He is running all over this field and the River Valley defense tonight. Just a great game for him.
So River Valley breaks huddle, and they send receiver Dom Spiel toward the right hash. Ball on the left hash. In the backfield, Kishlock and Whitmer, and Woodring dancing around, giving ground. They're after him. He throws on the run, and it's into the River Valley bench. Was he outside the tackle box? And Greg Page doesn't think so. That's a rule change this year.
Actually, he's not arguing that. He's saying that Spiel didn't set up right. He was still moving whenever the ball was snapped, so they were calling for an illegal motion or illegal formation.
I think I saw the official on the near side say, "Coach, I think I missed it." I might be wrong, but I think that's what he told him.
Yeah, I think that was a big miss right there because he was not set. That should have been a penalty.
2nd down and 10 from the 44. Double sidecar, give to Kishlock. Taglietti has Kishlock. Down he goes. Also in there for Homer Center, Big Aiden Bikina, the 237-pound right defensive end, a 6'1 senior. A loss of a yard. It'll be 3rd down and 11. We approach the 10-minute mark of the second quarter, 21-6 Homer Center.
Well, the defense and special teams are doing their job, at least for River Valley tonight, but offense not so much. Now it brings them down to 6 yards through a quarter and a half.
Dom Spill coming near boundary, right down below us. Sam Yanitz, good speed, good athlete in front of the River Valley bench. Double protector in the backfield, and rolling to his right is Woodring. They're pressuring. He throws on the run, incomplete. On the coverage, Michael Krajosik. Intended receiver was Dom Spill, and the Panthers are going to have to punt it away, I do believe.
And they can't find any rhythm on this offensive scheme. Whenever they run, they're stopped short yardage or in the backfield. When they pass, passing's been a struggle both tonight and last week, and there doesn't seem to be an answer in sight. And again, just that defensive pressure getting to Luke Woodring, his offensive line not buying him time to look for an open receiver. He's just trying to fire the ball away as quick as possible.
Talented sophomore Braden Dunn back deep, along with Michael Krajosik. They both have good speed. Krajosik faster, but Dunn a good prospect for Homer Center. Long snapper is Baker. Punter Quentin Whitmer stands at his own 32. Good strong snap. Whitmer short and very high. And you have to watch out if you're wearing black, and it's going to take a favorable River Valley roll and roll dead at the 26-yard line. So a punt covering 30 yards. Fans since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge in Blairsville has been there for you and your family with convenient access. Urgent Care is open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with seamless access to the main IRMC campus. IRMC in Indiana, count on IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Enough with the waiting game. Get in, get out, get better. Part of the IRMC family, better health, better life. So 30-yard punt, and the Wildcats will start with 9:30 left in the first half at their own 26-yard line.
I think we're going to continue to see more of the same with this drive. More and more of Landon Hill. Don't fix what's not broken.
21-6. Homer Center with the advantage. Empty set. Sophomore Angelo Alexander going to give on a jet sweep, and coming with the footballs, Braden Dunn to the 30, to the 35, to the 37-yard line, and enough for a first down for Homer Center. Going to be a gain of about 11. Going to have to find a way to get Braden Dunn on the field, too, for Homer Center. He's just got too much talent. Max Hilty on the tackle for the Panthers.
Starting to spread the love a little bit on the run game, and I believe that was Dunn's first rush. At least that's what I have for him, and made the most of it.
We'll give him 12 yards to the 38. He's in the backfield as a sidecar left, and he gets the handoff. Makes a nice cut at the line of scrimmage, but nice closing ability for the River Valley Panthers on that play, is making the tackle to Sean Hawkins and Joey Beddick. And they limit Dunn to a yard. That looked like it might open up for more.
Or so on the play, 2nd down and 9.
8:50 rolling clock here in the first half. 21-6 Homer Center with the lead. Play call coming in from Greg Page. Offensive coordinator Mike Arona, of course, left the staff, became the head coach at Derry, also the assistant principal. Hill gets this series off, and they fake it to Dunn, and here comes Alexander to the 45, to the 50, all the way to the River Valley 45-yard line. From behind, forcing him down, was Gage Pierce.
For another Wildcat, first down.
And they're going to put him down, at the 45-yard line. So that was a gain of 16 yards.
Well, Alexander's rushed 5 times this game, and only once has he been held under 10 yards. So that's pretty impressive from your quarterback, especially as you said, who doesn't have much experience from that position. So he's really making the most of tonight's opportunity.
Last year in mop-up rolls, 9 rushes, 95 yards for a couple of touchdowns. Still looking for his first varsity completion. Only threw once last year, but he runs the read option extremely well. And he hands it off. No, he doesn't. Fooled me. And Dunn, they faked it to him, and Alexander approaches the 40-yard line, and he goes down. One thing Angelo will have to work on is the weight room. Put some beef on that lean frame of his, 6'2", 142, but he has that long gait. He runs pretty well, and he gained about 5 yards on that play.
And it really all depends on what kind of player he wants to become. If he wants to become more of a two-way quarterback, then he's obviously, like you said, he's got to hit the weight room a little bit, but not overdo it. He wants to keep that lean figure a little bit to keep his elusiveness alive. But if he wants to just be a mobile quarterback like Michael Vick, then I mean, he's fine with where he is now. But if he wants to be that traditional quarterback, like you said, he's got to put on the pounds.
2nd down and 5 from the shotgun. Joe Succiarelli, good snap, gives to Hill, who's back in the huddle. Hill trying to back his way. Look at the 220-pounder plowed toward the 37-yard line. Be a couple of yards shy of a first down, up off the bottom of the pile for the River Valley Panthers to Sean Hawkins for River Valley. Just shy of the 40 or 37-yard line. So it will be 3rd down and a long 2.
Gain of almost 3.
In this scenario, either run with the read option again with Alexander, you go to Landon Hill. There's 2 ways you can go about this. Obviously, with Greg Page, the door opens a little bit more with what you can do, but if you're trying to keep it simple and keep it with what works, that's your 2 options right there.
Lone setback is the junior Landon Hill. Tight end to the left, Caleb Palmer. They give it to Hill. Hill, nice cut at the line of scrimmage down to the 30-yard line. He needed 2, he got 7. And boy, Brad Miller's wondering, where did you go, number 8? And it was a little jump cut at the line of scrimmage. Luke Woodring finally tackled him, but it is enough to move the chains for Homer Center. 1st and 10 at the Panther 30. Down to Ward Hilliard.
Mark, one of my keys was the control of the offensive line. You watching these guys block, I can see it real well down here. They're just opening gaping holes. Great job of reading it by Maria and Angelo.
1st and 10 from the 30. He's going to run the read option, and they have him in the backfield. Quentin Whitmer tackles him for a big loss. That time they weren't fooled, and he's going to lose yardage. Let's see where they're going to put him down at. All the way back at the 39-yard line, so a loss of 9 yards for Alexander. It'll be 2nd down and 19.
And they really needed that defensive break. Homer Center's been running on them all game long, and good for Whitmer to get back there and bring him down for a loss of 9.
5:20, clock rolling here at Memorial Field in Homer City. Very comfortable night for football. 21-6 Homer Center over River Valley. Casey Harper in left boundary replaces Palmer. Riley Alexander and Michael Krajosik up top if you're watching on Renda Digital TV. And Krajosik going to take the jet sweep handoff, comes near side to the 40, gets a block from Harper, lowers the shoulder, gets to the 32-yard line for a more manageable 3rd and 12 yards to go. So good job by Woodring. And Homer Center with the clock stopped. And Alexander's shoulder is ailing, and that means Riley Clevenger is going to have to take off the glove. And we'll see if Alexander can shake it off. Ward Hilliard will check on the bench when he can and see what happened with Alexander. He was tackled hard on that sack.
Yep, 2 forces colliding with Woodring and Alexander, and unfortunately Alexander suffers the brunt of it. He looks like he's in some pain.
Yep, for sure.
Good thing is he wasn't on the ground. He was able to come off on his own merit.
Working on his left shoulder, and there's a timeout. Homer Center is going to get organized with their emergency quarterback pressed back into duty, Riley Alexander. 4:58 to play in the first half. It's 21-6 as the injuries continue to mount for the Wildcats. They do have the lead on the WCCS WLCY Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
Hi, Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
When your vehicle needs tended to, take it to Baroni's Auto Care. Baroni's Auto Care inspects, does minor repairs including brakes and exhausts, as well as oil changes and tune-ups. And if you're looking for tires, Baroni's Auto Care sells all brands. Baroni's Auto Care is currently accepting new customers. So when your vehicle needs inspected or repaired, take it to Baroni's Auto Care right off Route 56. Look for the sign in Brush Valley.
Clevenger, I should say, got down to the 26-yard line.
Looked like Beddick on the stop.
Joey Beddick on the stop, holding on Homer Center. Want to say hello to former Wildcat TJ Roser, watching the game tonight, along with Ava and Mila. Hello, Ava and Mila. Glad to have you aboard. See what River Valley does here with the way they've given up rushing yardage. I don't think you can roll the dice and make it 4th down. I think you have to push them back.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing them back, especially like you said, their running game has just been extraordinary tonight. And I don't think they're going to force them to, I don't think Homer Center is going to opt to pass right here, although they could with how much of a gap they have till the chains, but not too sure.
From the spot of the foul, they're going to put the football down at the 42-yard line, which means the penalty came at the 32-yard line. Ward, I know it's difficult with injuries, particularly today's day and age. Any update or any feel down on the bench with Angelo Alexander's situation?
You can see, Mark, they're taking the shoulder pads off. They're trying to find out. Looks like it could be, I don't want to say a separation,
They're down at 20 for the Wildcats.
But they're very cautious right now, so I'm going to stay away till they get this straightened out.
Riley Clevenger breaks a tackle trying to get around the right side, and they're going to spin him out of bounds at about the 34-yard line. So it's going to be 4th down and about 14 to go for Homer Center.
4th down and 14 for the Wildcats.
You got to feel for Clevenger. He's coming off the bench cold at the quarterback position and not much experience there, but right now he's just got to try to keep things in favor of Homer Center, which with a 21-6 lead, that's not a bad thing.
They're going to punt the football away. Although, yes, Dennis, our spotter in the booth, says maybe because of the great wills of Krajosic, and I'm sure River Valley is in tune with that. They know about Krajosic's speed.
Well, remember last punt, they pinned River Valley within their own 1, so.
Snap from Dan Jones is good, and he does kick it away. End over end kick, and it's taken on the run at the 10-yard line, and coming is Dom Spill to the 30, to the 35, 40, and that's going to be a penalty on Homer Center, I believe, for a late hit, but I don't see a flag. And now we have one coming in from the referee that was launched, and Greg Page saying, holy mackerel, you threw that from Salzburg.
Yeah,
London. And you did have 2 officials right here that had the better view of it.
Yeah, that's a tough call to make, especially if you're that far back, and that one came from the head official.
Now, they could talk about it.
And I think that's a gray area if that was a late hit or not, because I think he was heading out of bounds, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's see what they do. No, they held it. Wow. And Coach Page is livid, and I agree with that.
And he's saying there's 2 of your fellow referees right here. If they didn't call it, why are you? Although I think it was a late hit, personally.
I do too, and that's why he's the head official. He knows, he knows these rules.
No, I don't think I'll disagree with you there. I don't think he should make the call from the other hash. Let's get a view of it here on our replay. And Spill coming, 35, 40.
Oh, yeah, late hit.
Borderline. It's more borderline than I thought after watching the replay.
You could argue that was a late hit or not, but he was heading out of bounds, so he was already giving himself up.
So River Valley handoff, down goes the ball carrier. Dom Spill, Homer Center's defense, I think, inspired by that questionable call.
Back for the stop of the Panthers.
And you hate to see those type of questionable calls, but it does fire up one side of the field.
We'll get Ward Hilliard's thoughts on it. Ward, you had a pretty good view. As I saw I thought it was more flagrant at first, but when I saw the replay, I think the non-call would have been the proper call.
That might be true, Mark, but they reacted to the fact that 3 guys drove them out of bounds. And that's what they responded to. As far as Alexander's situation, they're fitting him for a little bit of a brace. He's not going to be back from what I can see.
Second down, option right. Pitch to Yanitz, loses his footing, regains it, and gets to the Homer Center 41-yard line. Nifty little run. Nice, well-designed play for the River Valley Panthers. It'll be 3rd down and 8. We'll see who made that tackle for Homer Center.
That was an excellent sell job by Quentin Whitmer.
Vinny Taglietti and Mason Bell. So 3rd down and 8. River Valley could make this thing interesting here before halftime. We didn't get the media timeout as we should have either.
We're going to call for it at the next possession.
No first downs for River Valley. Quick stats all night long, brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Taking the direct snap, option left, fumbling the football is River Valley, and Homer Center, I think, may have it. No signal from the referee to confirm that. They're scrumming for the football. And Homer Center saying, yeah, it's ours. And I'm not sure who came up off the bottom of the pile with that football, and we have an injury for River Valley to compound their problems. Let's see.
That's number 74, Don Bartolini.
68 on the fumble recovery would be Aiden Bikina. And there's an injury timeout on the field as it's a cramp. So that's, if there's good news about an injury, it's that it's a cramp and nothing serious for River Valley. Media timeout with 2:50 to play in the first half. It's Homer Center 21 and the River Valley Panthers 6. Wildcats with the turnover and the ball when we return on Renda Digital TV, which is presented by Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club in the Twin Cities Event Hall, and on the WCCS, WLCY, IRMC High School Sports Night Network.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscape.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
And Hill spun down by Beddick and Miller.
I don't think he got anything on that.
No. One thing here, now you don't have to worry about your keys on that read option as much with Alexander sidelined. We will hear from both coaches at halftime. Ward Hilliard will grab Greg Page on the way to the Wildcat locker room. And then when the teams emerge from their respective locker rooms, we'll try to have River Valley Panthers head coach Jess Hauser. 2nd down and 10. Receiver to the right up top. Wide side of the field in front of the Panthers bench is Krajosik. Near side is Harper. And the give and picking his way is Hill. Hill into River Valley territory to the 48. Good patient running by Hill. Quentin Whitmer on the tackle, but not before Hill ripped off about 8 yards.
And you thought at first he was just going to be stuffed at the line, but a few stutter steps later, following a few blocks, he gets a decent gain out of that.
Wildcats operating quickly, and Clevenger hands it off to Hill again. Hill hitting his own backfield, breaks a tackle, but now they have him. As he did his best to get loose, but he couldn't do it, and Deshaun Hawkins finished him off, but he was hit in his own backfield before that. And now it's 4th down, and the Wildcats are probably going to have to punt it away again. They haven't reset the play clock, so that's an issue, and they'll get that squared away. And timeout called anyway by River Valley. Will take one with them. IRMC High School Sports Night continues from our S&T Bank broadcast booth. Relationship banking, one customer at a time. Scoreboard reads Homer Center 21 and the River Valley Panthers 6, and you're listening to it on WCCS and WLCY and watching it on Renda Digital TV.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen.
A high snap from long snapper Dan Jones didn't give Krajosik a chance, and it rolls all the way back to the 25-yard line. And with 81 seconds left in the quarter, River Valley has the football.
Going back
deep
to that,
in Homer Center territory.
Going back to that 3rd down play, Mark, I want to credit Brad Miller on the defensive line. He got back, and as he was fending off an offensive lineman, he got a hand on Clevenger and started that process to get him down to the backfield. Just an overall great play.
1:21 remaining. Wildcat defense going to be put to the test here again. And Woodring throws out in the flat. It's taken by Yanitz, trying to work on Harper, breaks the tackle, and Landon Hill across the way makes the tackle. Did he stay in bounds or force him out of bounds? Nope, it's inbounds, so the clock continues to roll. Scoreboard says River Valley has 1 timeout remaining. A golden opportunity for them to make this thing very interesting, and they'll get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, they need to score here and get 2, because then that only puts you down 7 going into the half.
Motion is Kishlock. Woodring looking to pass, throws for Kishlock. Kishlock takes it in stride at the 20, fumbles the football. Homer Center, I think, has it right back, and they do on a River Valley turnover. Kishlock took it, and Ward was right there. Ward, did he just lose the handle on it?
Number 30, Will Jones for the Wildcats.
I guess Ward's not with us.
I'm here.
Did he just lose the handle on it?
He bobbled it, and Harper did a nice job of nailing him and then getting to the ball. No panic there.
I think Landon Hill was the one that knocked that out, Mark.
Hill forcing the fumble on that previous play. Wildcats take over first and 10.
What I said about them having to score right there, toss it right out the window.
So the Wildcats have it at their own 12, and you're probably going to see them take a couple of knees. Hill forced it, you said?
Yep. That was the general consensus up here in our S&T Bank broadcast booth.
And Harper recovered. So the Wildcats, with 43 seconds, have it at their own 12-yard line, leading 21-6. And was it a knee?
Yep.
And the clock will expire unless River Valley stops it. So we're going to keep it here and go down to Ward Hilliard. Hopefully we'll capture the coach on video as well. And that's it. Both teams are going to head to their locker rooms, and Ward will send it down to you with head coach Greg Page. Try to get an update on Angelo Alexander as well.
Well, Coach, played your tails off here, except for the special teams, and that just kept this team in the ball game.
Yeah, we don't give up that score there, and then if we don't get a loss down here, we're moving the ball, and we get a 12-yard loss, maybe we can punch another one in. But we knew it was going to be a dogfight. They got good guys up front, and there's times we're handling them, and there's times we're not.
Yeah, I thought your line was doing a pretty good job. I mean, a very good job. You were moving the ball well. They weren't. I'm sure you want that to continue.
We do. We got to get a good stop on the first series of the second half because they get the kickoff, and then we got to try to move the ball and take some time and get one of our patented drives going.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Good luck.
All right, head coach Greg Page with our Ward Hilliard. Well, we are at halftime. It's 21-6 Homer Center. We'll recap it for you when we return. We'll be taking a look at the stats and much more when we continue from Memorial Field on a gorgeous night for week number 2 of our RMC High School Sports Nights. Thank you very much to the Rural Health Initiative of Pennsylvania for second quarter sponsorship on WLCY and WCCS. And, of course, thank you to our good friends at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club in Grayston and their beautiful Twin Cities Event Hall. If you have a special event coming up, looking for a place for a wedding or a reunion, birthday party, meeting, consider the Twin Cities Event Hall located off of Route 119 along Neal Road in Grayston, just south of Homer City. It's a great place. We had a tour of it, did some video, the Twin Cities Event Hall. Guys, we hope you're watching tonight's game down at the Sportsman's Club 2. Homer Center 21, River Valley 6, and we'll continue with our ITT halftime report on the WCCS WLCY Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for
with you in our S&T Bank broadcast booth. Welcome to our ITT halftime report. Before we get to the recap of the first half, Jake Slobotnik, your overall impressions of the first half.
Well, the running game for Homer Center, I mean, it's lights out tonight. Landon Hill, and before he was injured, Angelo Alexander, they just took that by storm, the dynamic 1-2 punch for him. And, I mean, it proves on the scoreboard right now, 21-6, all rushing tuds. 3 of them by Landon Hill, all 3, I should say, by Landon Hill. River Valley, we were talking about it during the break. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. They get set up, perfect position by their special teams unit. Offense comes out, surrenders some turnovers. Defense, they have a few good plays, and then Homer Center comes back with a big gain. It's just, I guess, finding that footing for River Valley that they need to really gain any sort of momentum in order to come back and try to tie this game close. They had an opportunity before the half and unfortunately fumbled it away, which allowed Homer Center to take the knee. And overall, Homer Center, I can't really say much about them other than they're doing fantastic, everything they should be doing. River Valley, they really need to come up and step up.
All right, they had a couple of opportunities and turned it over on back-to-back possessions. So it's 21-6. Let's recap it for you. River Valley won the coin toss and deferred. Homer Center started their first possession at their own 29-yard line. Immediately got a 36-yard touchdown, or run, I should say, from Landon Hill to River Valley's 35-yard line. Quarterback Angelo Alexander, a couple of nice runs, later knocked out of this football game with a shoulder injury. They had a touchdown wiped away on a holding penalty that backed them up to the 15-yard line, but it did not stop them. A couple of plays later, they were down to the 1-yard line. You're going to hear the replays on the radio side on WLCY and WCCS, but our audio will go dead briefly on the digital side as we recap things on radio during our ITT halftime report. And here's the first touchdown of the game as Hill handed it off to junior Landon Hill.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday night lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them on and off the gridiron, and I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
I'm Shannon Lipniskis. Hutton Blues Insurance of Indiana is proud to support high school football.
I'm Jay Blues. You can't beat football season, and when it comes to your insurance needs, you won't beat the service we provide at Hutton Blues Insurance.
Our family business has served Indiana and the surrounding counties for more than 3 decades.
Once you do business with Hutton Blues Insurance, we'll make you a customer for life.
So best of luck, area teams, from your friends at Hutton Blues Insurance in Indiana.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
Six Homer Center with the lead at the break, and without another quarterback too. Angelo Alexander knocked out. Cole Alexander already in street clothes. Jake, what about the first half stats?
Well, thanks, Mark. First half stats. Take a look at the Homer Center Wildcats, who lead at 21-6. Total offensive stats on rushing, they 33 rushes on 198 yards, 3 touchdowns. And those 3 touchdowns coming from Landon Hill, who we'll get to in a second. Passing 0 for 2, not a great day for the passers on both sides, which leaves the total at 35 for 198 total yards. 12 first downs for Homer Center in the first half, 4 for 6 for third down conversions, had 3 penalties for 35 yards, 0 turnovers, and I think that says 4 punts. 1 punt. Then 13 minutes and 25 seconds of total possession. Individual stats for the Wildcats. Landon Hill leads the rushing campaign, 129 yards on 20 carries, 3 touchdowns, 2 of which came from 1 yard from the goal line. Braden Dunn, 19 total yards on 2 carries. Angelo Alexander, before he was taken out, 63 rushing yards on 7 carries. Michael Krajosik and Clevenger both with 9 carries Krajosik has 8 yards on 2 carries. Clevenger 2 yards on 2 carries. Alexander 0 for 2 passing. Clevenger did not get off a pass that entire first half. River Valley, who trails at 21-6. Total team stats, 9 carries, 5 yards total. That's not a good look for the Panthers in that first half. Passing, they had 2 completions for 5 yards. They're 2 for 5 passing with 13 yards, which leaves 14 total plays and 18 total yards. So that's not a good look. 0 first downs for the Panthers, 0 for 3 on third down conversions, no penalties, 2 turnovers, which were both fumbles, 2 punts for 29 yards, 10 minutes, 35 seconds total time of possession. Individual stats, Ethan Kishlock with 1 rushing yard on 4 carries. Quentin Whitmer also 1 rushing yard except on 2 carries. Luke Woodring, 2 yards on 1 carry. He has the lone Panther touchdown. Dom Spiel, -4 rushing yards on 1 carry. And Sam Yanitz, 5 rushing yards on 1 carry. Woodring is 2 for 5 with 13 total passing yards. And that is your first half stats.
All right, totals 198-18, but River Valley very much in this football game, and they'll get the ball to start the second half. Stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC, and we'll step out of Memorial Field as our ITT halftime report will continue with a look at the out-of-town scoreboard when we return. It's Homer Center 21, River Valley Panthers 6. You're watching it on Renda Digital TV, presented by our friends at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, and on WCCS and WLCY, our radio coverage, as always, presented by IRMC on the Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday night lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them, on and off the gridiron, and I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Hip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
Board.
Well, shutouts galore tonight, Mark. There's 3 shutouts to tell you about. The first one, 21-0, Northern Cambria over Marion Center. West Shamokin trails Purchase Line 14-0 at the half. Penns Manor blanking United Valley 20-0 at the half. Cambria Heights leads Portage by the slim margin of 13-6. And over on 5th Street, Indiana and Knock are all tied up at 13-all.
Heritage Conference scoreboard and a WPIAL score to boot. Don't forget Coach's Corner tomorrow on WDAD AM 1450 and 100.3. Ward Hilliard will have the coach, all the coaches. Speaking of coaches, Ward Hilliard now has Jess Hauser of the River Valley Panthers.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mark. I don't want to hold the coach up, but you guys had struggled with the stats, but you're in the ball game. What'd you tell your team?
Yeah, we just have to do a little bit better blocking and tackling on defense. That first quarter was a killer there. So second quarter we got a little bit more stingy on defense, so we have to continue that this half.
Now, Homer's down to a third-team quarterback again. You guys going to make any adjustments concerning that?
Nah, same thing. We have to tackle number 8. I mean, he's a load, and we have to bring him down.
Good luck to you, Coach. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Let's go Cats.
All right, Ward Hilliard with head coach Jess Hauser. Coach's Corner again tomorrow morning with Todd Marino and Ward Hilliard. So next week, Jake, you'll be back on Cat Country exclusively with Chuck Clark as Cambria Heights comes to Ernie Widmar Field, and the Wildcats will hit the road for the first time when they travel to Penns Manor. Penns Manor off to a good start this season and 20-0 lead at the half against United Valley. So the Wildcats with more injury concerns. River Valley will be receiving the second half kickoff when we return to Memorial Field on an IRMC High School Sports Night on WLCY and WCCS and Renda Digital TV presentation all season long for Homer Center fans, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and the Twin Cities of Hall. Second half kick right around the corner, right here on the Panthers Wildcats Radio and Digital TV Network.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we're getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
I liked the one with the stained glass ship in the front door. You liked the one with the 2-car garage. But then we found it, the one. It had a porch swing, a yard for our dog, a room for your office. Sure, it was 95 years old, but when we met with Amy at S&T Bank, she mentioned they had been around for over 115 years, and that made me feel better. Because even if we won't be here in 115 years, maybe our grandkids will be.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. With braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
Of a breeze blowing tonight and just a great night for football.
Yeah, we started the game 78 degrees, mostly cloudy skies, bumped it down to 75. Very little clouds in the sky. Just an overall, like you said, great and comfortable night for some Friday night lights.
I think for both of these ball clubs, the first possession of this second half might have a lot to say with how this football game ends up.
Yeah, unfortunately for River Valley, after a tough first half, they get the ball right back here to start off the second half. Almost a very smart move, deferring to the second half when they won that opening coin toss. But the thing with them is they can't go 3 and out. They can't give up anything. They got to score on this drive if they want to stay in this game. Because fortunately for them, they only trail 21-6. And if you were to look at the stats, you would think that they'd be trailing by a lot more like last week. But fortunately for them, it's a slim margin to come back from. They need to score this first drive.
Yeah, and you just did look at those stats, right?
Yep, just a few seconds ago. I had them here, and magically they disappeared.
Tuesday we'll be at the Hilton Garden Inn. Is that right? Coming Tuesday, John? Is that our first Hawk Talk show because of Labor Day? The only one on Tuesday. Paul Tortorella will join us. IUP will open up, easy for me to say, on the road at East Stroudsburg next Saturday. Jack Benedict will be in his 158th season of broadcasting the Hawks. Jack Benedict's book is out too. Good read. And if you haven't picked up a copy, we have it at the radio station and different outlets. Jack will actually be at Luther Ford tomorrow for the Vault with his book. So if you want to stop by, see Jack, he'll sign a book for you.
Could stop by and see us too. We'll be there.
We'll be there. Our Vault promotion, Kerry Rako, our promotions director, engineers that. Mason Hill's going to engineer this second half kickoff for Homer Center, and back deep for the Panthers, Kishlock and Yanitz. It's a squib kick, and it's going to be filtered on a hop by the River Valley Panthers' Chase Stuchel, and he downs himself at the 40-yard line. That's what I hate, Jake, when you don't have confidence in your special teams, but you still end up giving away outstanding field position. You just have to adjust and be better.
Yeah, and I mean, efficient and elite special teams play is hard to come by in high school football, especially in smaller areas like where we're at. But you know, I think he's got that leg that he could boot it a little bit farther if he just gave himself the opportunity.
He has done that, but they haven't covered it very well. Woodring hands it off. Kishlock met and dropped in his own backfield, and busting through Aiden Bikina, the 6'1", 237-pound senior. I think what you do, if after a couple weeks, you say to your freshmen and sophomores and whoever you're putting out there, guys, we gave you an opportunity. You flunked.
Yep. I mean, there's really nothing more I could add to that. That probably wouldn't make me get run out of town, but you're right on the nose there, Mark.
Indiana County Fair, congratulations to all the Fair Board members. Great show all week long, for the most part, outstanding weather. I formation behind Woodring. And the toss right to Kishlock. Kishlock running room into the secondary, and Krajosic just got a piece of him, but it's going to be a yard shy of a first down as he ripped off about 13 yards on that play.
And that's a good bounce back run by Kishlock, being brought down in the backfield on his first go out of the halftime break, able to break away for 11 yards, I'd say.
Third down and just a yard from their own 49-yard line.
That 11-yard rush, his longest of the night.
Sidecar left and right of Woodring. Receiver spill near side, handoff to Whitmer. Whitmer is hit and has a first down. He was hit behind the line of scrimmage, but good power from the 5'10", 196-pound junior. Landon Hill with the tackle, but from one side of the 50 to the other goes Whitmer for a 2-yard gain and a first down, and that is their first down of the night.
Yep, they had a big goose egg in that column that entire first half, so very promising start getting a first down on the first possession.
Dom Spill, receiver toward the left boundary. They have a wingman to the right. I formation behind Woodring as they play some power football. And with the handoff, it's Kishlock. They tried ripping it away from him, and doing the ripping was Landon Hill, but Kishlock hung on to that ball and gains 3 yards to the 46-yard line.
Well, they're just feeding the power supply right now, and that's Ethan Kishlock, making positive yardage out of most carries he's gotten so far this entire drive.
Thanks to the Homer Center band parents for the coffee up in the booth. Band parents have run the concession stand at Memorial Field since the French and Indian War. 2nd down and 8, and there's a little bit of movement, but nothing called. Now the flag does come in. And I thought they were going to miss that one too, and this was going to come back as the fullback Whitmer jumped the gun.
Yep, a little bit of miscommunication between him and Woodring. I think he thought he was being sent in motion and then immediately resorted back.
Ward, if you were up in the booth, I would have one complaint about the fare, so I'm going to give it to you anyway. Our business manager wanted a funnel cake, so I went and got a funnel cake, and I stood in a line 8 deep. And the sign said funnel cakes. I won't say who it was. And it didn't say funnel cakes, cheeseburgers, French fries, just funnel cakes. So you'd think this big thing of grease that you would cook 8 funnel cakes at a time. But no, it was 1. So I finally got to the front of the line and said, "Can I help you?" I said, "I know this is a surprise, but I want a funnel cake." Make 8 at a time.
No call.
Everybody's telling me it's not right, but I can't fix what's on the field.
There's
and
another flag coming in.
They had 3 yards.
Let's see. The line of scrimmage was the 49, so the 5-yard penalty, back.
49, Mark.
Yeah, it was.
We're getting yelled at up here.
Now, the officials got it right. They backed it up 5 yards on the illegal procedure, and that one is going to cost them more.
The line was 46.
And that holding call came from the back judge again. There's still deliberation about that ball placement, but we're on to the next penalty right now.
So it doesn't matter. It is what it is. They might have blown it, but it's over. Move on, Jerry. Dennis, move on. Ball back at the 33-yard line. I see what you're saying now. They did mess it up, but that's okay. Trips to the right, but now they send Pierce in motion, and Woodring back to pass, running for his life, reverses footing, giving a lot of ground, throws it out here in the flat to Kishlock. Kishlock breaks a tackle, breaks a second tackle as the flag comes in, and going to go down at the 37-yard line. And let's see what this penalty is about, as there's been a lot of laundry on the field.
Wow, excitement out of the halftime break. That's 3 straight flags.
A lot can happen to kids after hours and not just on the gridiron. Fevers, falls, bumps, and bruises. If your child or teen needs care and your doctor's office is closed, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge is open weekdays and weekends from 8 until 8. Since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. The officials are talking to head coach Greg Page. And on the far side, one is conversing with Jess Hauser. I think they were explaining the situation and the penalty, whether do you want to mark it off or not. It ended up being a gain, a lot of running after Woodring gave ground all the way back near the 15-yard line. Ends up being a gain of about 4 yards. So there were dual penalties.
On the play.
And
I think they waved off the holding, and they accepted the block in the back.
So they'll mark that off,
Also an illegal block.
or they're going to decline it, I think, and it's going to set up 3rd down and 26. Well, that's not right on the scoreboard. It's 23 yards for a 1st down.
Let's not rehash that argument, please.
But the scoreboard is wrong. It's 3rd down and 23. Scoreboard says 3rd and 26. Empty set. Woodring fires over the middle. Intercepted by Braden Dunn at the 48. Down the left sideline. Forced out of bounds by River Valley's Cole Kennedy Citrone. And Braden Dunn, I said you have to get him on the field because he makes plays, and he made a defensive play there. 3rd turnover for the River Valley Panthers. Looked like a slant-in pattern. And reading it was Braden Dunn. They're going to say he was out of bounds at the 22-yard line, so a 26-yard interception return.
He read that like a children's book. Very easy for him to pick that one off. Mark Woodring trying to go across the middle on a slant, as you mentioned, and no one home, threw into 2 defenders for Homer Center, and it came up on their way. There is an injury on the field, another cramping scenario, I imagine. I think that's number 77
that
for
would be
River Valley.
Bradley Miller. So there's an injury timeout on the field from our S&T Bank broadcast booth. Relationship banking, one customer at a time. S&T Bank, member FDIC. We're going to come back as they attend to Miller with the Wildcats leading 21-6 and with the ball with 8:52 left in the third quarter on Renda Digital TV, presented by our friends at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Hello down there in Grayston, and on an IRMC High School Sports Night on Cat Country 106.3 and WCCS as well, the Panthers Wildcats Radio and Digital Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Gingerly off the field. Think it's just a cramp, at least we hope so. And the Wildcats' first possession of the second half will start at the River Valley 22-yard line.
You know, Mark, I really want to credit the Homer Center bench. I don't know if it was people from on field or people on the sidelines, but as soon as Miller went down, they rushed to him to try and help stretch out that cramp. So kudos to them. That's a very sportsmanlike move.
Trainer Bob is outstanding. Bob Rupert from NovaCare. Riley Clevenger, a little bit of a high snap, and the timing as a result messed up. Landon Hill was really popped by Dom Bartolini, who's a good football player, and a long line of outstanding Bartolini football players and multi-sport athletes in Salzburg.
Angelo, notable one last year in River Valley. Their leading rusher, but now he's at Edinburgh.
Second down and 10.
Jerry
Ball
Ross
just
side.
inside the 22. Power eye look out of the shotgun, and Riley Clevenger, third stringer, hands it off. And with it is Landon Hill. As they key on him, and he's finding the running room a little more difficult. Quentin Whitmer on the tackle for the River Valley Panthers. It'll be third down and about 7.
Gain of 3, third down.
4 minutes in, 8 minutes to play here at Memorial Field. 21-6 Homer Center. Lost starting quarterback Cole McAnulty last week. That was after losing backup Angelo Alexander in the scrimmage. Alexander returns, but he's knocked out tonight. So Riley Clevenger's been getting more snaps than the top two quarterbacks in the first 2 weeks of the season, and it's going to be illegal procedure on the Wildcats. Ward Hilliard, you know, I'm still upset about that funnel cake line tonight and this afternoon and the service I had.
Start on the Wildcats.
They must have known who you were. I don't know how else to explain it.
Somebody tipped them off.
You know, if they had French fries
you're
and
right,
burgers.
They make one at a time, and there's about 30 people want funnel cakes. I never understood that.
Now, if I was going up and say I'll take an order of fries, that's one thing, but they don't serve fries. All they serve is funnel cakes.
5-yard penalty.
All right, enough of that. Third down and 12 after the 5-yard mark off on Homer Center.
I feel like that was an
Other
ode
than
to,
that, it was an outstanding fare.
I feel like that was an ode to Steve Blass about funnel cakes and food.
Maybe. In the backfield as a protector is Hill. In motion comes Krajosik, and they hand it off to him. Sheds one tackle, comes near side of the 20, and they force him out of bounds right near Ward Hilliard at about the 16-yard line, perhaps 17. We'll see where they mark it. It's going to be well shy of the first down. It's going to set up fourth down and about 4 to go for the Wildcats with the clock stopped, 7:37 to play in the third.
Ethan Kishlock was the one that completed that play on defense, and Ward was the first person to congratulate him whenever he got up.
We'll be up the hill at Luther Ford for our vault promotion tomorrow morning. Jack Benedict will be there with his book that he just published. You can come by and see Jack and perhaps purchase one of those books. Jack will be signing autographed copies of the books tomorrow. Fourth down for Homer Center. Again, Krajosik in motion. They fake it to him. Clevenger's going to keep it. Sheds one tackle, and they spin him down. Going to be close to a first down. Going to depend on the spot. Homer Center says they have enough. Quentin Wintmer with the tackle for the River Valley Panthers, and it is a first down at the 7:28 mark.
Yep, no doubt about that one. Clevenger found a hole, got through it, just enough for the first. Didn't try to do too much with it. Didn't try to be pretty. He just went right through and went with what worked.
First down.
Football just outside the 10-yard line. I want to say hello to our good friend Jimmy Sutter, tuned in tonight. Jimmy, hope you're watching. Sidecar right is Hill. Hill takes the handoff, bounces it outside, runs through one tackle, keeps the legs moving, and gets to the 6-yard line for hard-fought 5 yards, Jake Slobodnik.
All night long, he's acting like Jerome Bettis 2.0, powering forward, getting those small yardage situations, but he's also good for the long run, too. Using that combination of speed and power to his advantage.
He sat at about 205 last year. He's 219.
At the 6-yard line.
And 6'2". 3 touchdowns tonight, 6'1" actually. He's the lone setback as Riley Clevenger is going to go under his center, Joe Succiarelli, the 6', 189-pound senior center.
Give it right to him.
Double tights, and they do give it right to him. And he hurdles over a tackle, and he plows his way into the end zone for his 4th touchdown of the night. This one from 6 yards out, and the Homer Center Wildcats have extended their lead as the horn goes off. A tradition. It's 27-6 Homer Center with 6:26 to play in the third. Landon Hill.
Yeah, as you said, fourth touchdown for Hill on the night. He's been the only one really filling up the Homer Center stat column. And good job by the Wildcats to take advantage of that interception on defense. Bring some pay dirt out of it.
Dan Jones, long snapper, holder Riley Clevenger. He puts it down, and Krajosik's kick is up, and Krajosik's kick is good. Teams come upfield with 6:26 to play. 28-6 Homer Center on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and the IRMC High School Sports Night coverage on Cat Country 106.3 and the WCCS Football Network.
Can you imagine not being allowed to play the sports you love? That was the reality 50 years ago for many young women. Thanks to Title IX and the efforts of those who wanted to participate, there are now more than 3.
Big hop taken at the 33-yard line by the Panthers' Caden Barnhart, trying to get to the far sideline, breaks a tackle of Jackson Arone, and then the black jerseys pursuing the football stop him at the 31, so he ends up losing a couple of yards from where he accepted the football, and the Panthers will have it back, and they haven't had much to shout about offensively. What about the Wildcat scoring drive, Jake?
Well, last time out, Braden Dunn was the one that intercepted the pass off Luke Woodring. It set up a 22-yard drive lasting 7 plays, capped off by a 6-yard touchdown rush by Landon Hill, his 4th of the game. Time of possession, 2 minutes, 26 seconds. And with the extra point, it's 28-6. 6:18 left to go in the third.
Dom Spiel, Sam Yanitz. I've been impressed with Yanitz as a football player here tonight. He lines up in a slot right. They have an H-back to the right, and they run a boot to the right, and in trouble is Woodring. Gives ground all the way back to the 5-yard line, and now he's going to tuck it away, and he's still on his feet, and gets a big block, heads far sideline, and the Wildcats can't catch him. Romy Dokos gets a hand on him, but he ran 80 yards for 10 yards to the 40. Outstanding run by Woodring, showing his athleticism. Let's see, he gave ground as we look in the booth at our replay, all the way back to the 5-yard line. Little skip. He's out of our view there on the upper camera, but he's going to reemerge, and now he heads far sideline at the 18-yard line.
We do have a winner of the 50-50.
And Dokos finally got enough of him just to bump him out of bounds. It looked like he got over the 40, but they said he stepped out at the 39. So it's 2nd down and 2 after all of that. Give on a counter. Yanitz breaks the tackle into the secondary, head for a first down. Casey Harper finally tackled him, and now a flag coming in from the back judge. And let's see what that is going to be all about. Probably not good news if you're a Homer Center fan when it flies from there, but we will see.
I think aside from one flag tonight, all of them have come from the back judge.
Personal foul grabbing the face mask on Homer Center, so they'll tack on 15 more and take the football to the 37-yard line.
Well, that's a big break for River Valley, and that's something they definitely needed after that big run by Woodring, a great run by Yanitz, who you've said has really impressed you tonight. I concur with that. They get a big break with that face masking penalty.
Should be to the 37-yard line if they mark it off properly, and they did not, to be honest with you. It's going to be a 16-yard mark-off.
Do we have 10 minutes to deliberate about this spot?
No, that's just going to be my call, and I'm going to leave it there because that is 100% accurate, a 16-yard mark-off. So, maybe they had funnel cake issues today and as well. I formation, Woodring under center. He gives to the deep back Yanitz. Yanitz picking his way for a yard or two to the 35-yard line. We'll see if they give him any forward progress. We're under 5.5 minutes to play in this third quarter. Same score that we finished on the scoreboard with a week ago when Homer Center defeated United Valley 28-6. That's where we're at right now. They put the football down at the 36-yard line, so no gain on that play.
No, I thought he powered forward for at least one on that, but they'll try it again, 2nd and 10. And I like this option, putting Yanitz as the main tailback, because he's done really well tonight, capitalizing on that momentum.
Dom Spill, receiver to the right. They reposition the tight end. Merrick Smith, right to left. Option right, and keeping the footballs Woodring. Coming near side, he's got a lot of black jerseys to navigate again. Now trying to get by Clevenger. Runs through a tackle. Still on his feet, heading far sideline. Caleb Palmer forces him out of bounds. And I don't know that you want to do this all night long and get away with it, because you're probably not, but he's improvising and keeping plays alive with his feet and picking up something when there's absolutely nothing there.
I think the reason you didn't get your funnel cake today is because they gave all the grease to Luke Woodring, because he's slipping and sliding out of all these tackles, and he's able to go from end to end on the sidelines, and he's looking great. So I think we found your solution there, Mark.
Gain of 7. It'll be 3rd down, or gain of 6. It'll be 3rd down and 4, but that's the second play. He ran probably 30 yards to gain 6.
And he's right back out there, too. That conditioning that Luke Woodring has, it's amazing. Oh, wait, maybe not. No,
now it's Ethan Kishlock under center.
Yeah, they're giving him a breather.
And whistle, flag from the line judge. And it's delay of game on River Valley, so that'll be another critical mistake for the Panthers. 3rd down and 9. Ward, are you getting tired down on the sideline watching Woodring run around?
I don't know. It's pretty entertaining. I can tell you this. Coaching staff isn't happy. A lot of missed tackles.
Homer Center's coaching staff he speaks of. So they back it up to the 34-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and about 9 to go. Make it 8.
Let's see. I think they sent Woodring back out there. Yep, maybe Kishlock was just a decoy.
3rd down and 8 for the Panthers. Receiver near side is Dom Spiel right down below us, and Woodring boots to his right. Fires on the run, too low for the intended receiver. Spiel at the 34-yard line. And now it'll be 4th down and 8 to go.
Well, call me crazy, but I don't think you should punt here with, you're at the 34-yard line. You're down a lot. You need to start making plays happen, so why not go for it here?
Scoreboard says 4th and 12, but it's 4th and 8. They do correct it right on cue. Football at the 34-yard line of Homer Center.
I think they were expecting you to say something about it, Mark. That's why they did it so quickly.
28-6. Homer Center with the advantage, and defense trying to get off the field. Of course, most of them don't get off the field because they just move to offense. In there defensively is Javon Jones for Homer Center, who transferred from Indiana a year ago. Play action, pressure up the middle. Hill misses him. He dumps it off, but it was intended for Merrick Smith, the tight end, and behind him. But that was all because of the pressure of Landon Hill, who's really done it on both sides of the ball tonight.
Yeah, Woodring probably could have taken a few more steps and gotten a decent throw off.
We have a immediate timeout on the field. With 4:28 remaining in the 3rd quarter. It's Homer Center 28 and the River Valley Panthers 6. You're watching it on Renda Digital TV. Presented by the Graceland Coral Sportsman's Club and WCCS and WLCY on an IRMC High School Sports Night.
Stadium lights are going out. The bleachers are empty. The reason? No officials. When fans are disrespectful to the calls on the field and those who make them, it is a hard position to fill. Show your support for your PIAA officials by demonstrating respect. Let's all work together so the game is great for everyone.
Field, 4:28 remaining. Wildcats with the ball at their own 34-yard line. Northern Cambria leading Marion Center 23-0. Purchase line 28-0 over West Shamokin. Wow. Just popped onto my phone. Riley Clevenger hands it off. It's Braden Dunn. Look at those moves. To the 45, to the 50, down the right sideline, still on his feet.
Braden Dunn up over midfield.
Jake, you're seeing Braden Dunn for the first time, and we've seen him with limited playing time. But last year, as a freshman, limited time, he rushed for 71 yards on 12 carries, 5.9 average. You see the vision that this young kid has.
Oh yeah, he's able to read the football field perfectly, almost if not perfectly. He's able to use that elusiveness that he's got. I mean, he's got some hard stutter steps and that speed to burn.
He gets the handoff there. Another quick move as he made a little jump cut to avoid his own lineman, Aiden Bikina. And he's inside the 35 down to the 33-yard line for about 7 more as we approach the 4-minute mark.
One thing I noticed about Dunn, he did not even stop his motion at all. He followed that block, but he kept powering forward. He was looking for positive yardage one way or another.
Riley Clevenger's done a good job, the emergency quarterback. If you'd have told me before the season that late in the second game of the season that the quarterback with the most snaps would be Riley Clevenger, I'd have thought, well, number one, you're nuts, and number two, Homer Center season's not going to be going too well.
Well,
second down, short 3. Clevenger hands it off to Dunn again. Dunn, quick burst, has the first down to the 29-yard line. And I think what you're seeing now as Dunn moves the chains, is Homer Center's big offensive front is starting to wear down the River Valley Panthers defense.
Yep, and they're getting some of the secondary guys in. As you said, Braden Dunn, he's getting more reps at the tailback. Landon Hill on the sideline, helmet off, just getting a little bit of a breather. I think Coach Page is starting to work in his depth a little bit with such a sizable lead.
In there as a receiver for Homer Center is Cameron Cavalier. Lines up just outside the left hash. Krajosic, receiver to the right. And bobbling the pass or snap is Clevenger, and they gang tackle him for a loss. I think Riley just took his eyes off that snap from Joe Succiarelli and wanted to run before he had the ball or make a decision. Going to lose yardage from the 29 back to the 35. And for an offense that's not geared to pass now, with your top two quarterbacks out, it's a difficult chore for Homer Center.
And it makes it easier for River Valley. However, they've struggled trying to contain that run on either side, whether it's in the QB's hands or any of the running backs' hands. And I think that speaks to how Homer Center's program is. They can adapt pretty well.
Ball pretty much in the center of the field, favoring the right hash. Clevenger from the shotgun. And he's going to keep it on a read option, and he's into the secondary. Lowers the shoulder, runs to the 25 down to the 23-yard line, where it'll set up third down and short. It was 2nd and 16 from the 35. They put it down at the 22, so a 13-yard gain for Riley.
You know, Mark, came back from St. Francis, and in my time at St. Francis, I saw Marcus DeShields, the main running back for the Red Flash. Clevenger showed me shades of him right there, mowing down people in his way, trying to hurdle him as much as he could, and powering forward.
Under 2 minutes to play in the third. 28-6 Homer Center. They're faced with a third down and a long two. Receiver near side is Cavalier. Dunn in the backfield, and Riley hands it off. No, he doesn't. He's going to keep it again, and he has first down yardage inside the 20, down near the 16-yard line. And off the bottom of the pile for the Panthers is Joey Beddick.
Brought down by number 55,
Who needs a passing game when your running game works just as well?
Homer Center's line play has been better tonight. But you're not seeing the full offense because of the injuries. They lost their leading receiver, Austin Zenizak, for the season. Apparently, Austin told me tonight on the sideline that he's going to have surgery in a couple of weeks. So that's extra difficult when you're a senior and you lose your senior season. Clevenger going to go under center on 1st and 10 with the lone setback done, and they hand it off to Braden. Braden, big hole inside the 10, down to about the 7. For the River Valley Panthers, it was Elijah Morscheid on the tackle.
Elijah Morscheid in on the stop.
Morscheid got involved a little bit last week toward the tail end of the game. Made a couple of good tackles. It's kind of hard to gauge because all the depth that was in from both sides. But overall, he made his time worth it last week.
Gain of about 9 for Dunn. Dunn stats, Jerry, right up to date. The sophomore has rushed for 65 yards on 6 carries. Quick stats all night long, brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first, member FDIC. 2nd down and a yard from the Panthers' 7. And a blitz, and it causes a fumble, and this one is picked up, and running with the football out over the 20 to the 25-yard line is Morscheid, who read that and came busting through, and Homer Center turns it over for the first time tonight.
Almost like Troy Polamalu whenever he played with the Steelers. He was getting a start right out of the game, maybe a little bit of a head start too, read that snap perfectly, got into the backfield and forced that turnover. Told you how Morscheid played last week, and he continues to play well this week.
And he picked up that football and takes it to the 27. So the Wildcat defense back out on the field. 18 seconds left here in the quarter for River Valley. 27-yard line, the line of scrimmage. They've done next to nothing offensively here tonight.
Remember, at the end of the first half, 4 total yards of offense.
Their only touchdown set up on an 87-yard kickoff return. The give to Ethan Kishlock, a yard to the 28-yard line. Stood up and dropped by Homer Center's Mason Bell as the quarter comes to a close. Homer Center with the only points on the board and they lead 28-6 as we head to the fourth quarter. Thank you to InFirst Bank for sponsoring our third quarter on WLCY and WCCS on an IRMC High School Sports Night. Our coverage continues on both radio stations and on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and the Twin Cities Event Hall. After this, on the Wildcats Panthers radio and digital stream network.
Stadium lights are going out. The bleachers are empty. The reason? No officials. When fans are disrespectful to the calls on the field and those who make them, it is a hard position to fill. Show your support for your PIAA officials by demonstrating respect. Let's all work together so the game is great for everyone.
Can you imagine not being allowed to play the sports you love? That was the reality 50 years ago for many young women. Thanks to Title IX and the efforts of those who wanted to participate, there are now more than 3.5 million athletes participating in girls' high school sports. For 50 years, Title IX and the PIAA, advancing opportunities for young women.
Scores out of town scoreboard, Jake.
Purchase Line leads West Shamokin 28-3, as you said, after 3. And after 3 at Cambria Heights, same score as half, 13-6 in favor of the Highlanders.
Go down to Ward Hilliard after this next play, get his comments on what he's seen through 3 quarters. Again, the Wildcat offense, difficult to judge just because of the injury bug. They certainly came out like a house on fire with Alexander doing an outstanding job. And throwing and completing a pass, Woodring, and with the footballs, Gavin Burkhart for first down yardage out over the 40-yard line to about the 41.
Leader Burkhart.
Mason Bell forced him out of bounds. Our spotter in the booth, Dennis
First down, Panthers.
Mester.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Replay on our Renda Digital TV side. Can't say executive producer, that cost me money. So our producer's John Smathers. John and Ward just ate all the pizza. No, I'm just kidding. They might have had a slice or 2 of the pizza.
Didn't even offer us any.
I won't eat on game night until afterwards. I learned my lesson. Give up the middle, and not a lot going on there, and a hard tackle of the ball carrier, and getting up slowly. Is that Ethan Kishlock, I think? Yeah, it is Kishlock. Ethan with the football.
Kishlock to carry, Hill to stop.
Landon Hill, boy, he's been in on a ton of tackles tonight. They put the football down at the 41, so no gain on that play.
Very interesting look for Hill. He's been taken out of the offensive side where he's really thrived tonight, and he's working more on defense. So, hey, maybe trying to improve on an area he's not well adept in. Well, not say well adept, but trying to match his level of caliber.
Did you just give the Cambria Heights score end of 3? It's
yes,
13-6,
and then
right?
Jerry Ross, yeah, I gave that one, and then Jerry just said 33-0 Penns Manor over United Valley.
Tackle in the open field by Casey Harper on Dom Spill on a completed pass from Woodring. Gains a couple of yards to the 43-yard line. So Homer Center is going to have their hands full with Penns Manor next Friday night. Penns Manor bouncing back from disappointment last year with a vengeance, led by their great quarterback, Max Hill. 3rd down and 8. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the contest. 28-6 Homer Center over River Valley as the 2 teams play here for the 2nd year in a row. There's no word if Homer Center will ever have to travel to River Valley. I think Coach Page negotiated a long-time series here. He said he needed the money to run the program like Penn State does. They won home games with everybody up there. Rolling to the right, and Woodring is going to be smothered and sacked for a huge loss. And it was Riley Clevenger. That's going to be a loss of 10, 12 yards or so, back to the 29-yard line and force a River Valley punt.
And you got to feel for Luke Woodring again, just not enough time to really read the zone. He's got to try to scramble out of the way at first. And as Mark said, now 4th down, forcing them to punt.
I had in my game notes as River Valley sends the punt team out. Michael Krajosik did not have a reception last week, which broke a string of 9 games where he had at least one. Guess who blanked him 9 games ago back to last year? It was also United, but he doesn't have one tonight either. But then again, he doesn't have a throwing quarterback, as there's a timeout going to be called by Homer Center. Timeouts all night long, brought to you by our friends at Luxembourg Jewelers. Luxembourg Jewelers, with this reminder to visit luxembourgs.com for great gift ideas for the holidays or any occasion. Not too early to be talking about the holidays, Ward Hilliard. Time for you to do some shopping at Luxembourg's as we go to break with the Wildcats leading 28-6 on an Indiana Regional Medical Center High School Sports Night on the Cat Country and WCCS Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Offense last week only passed for 12 yards, the lowest total since throwing for only 17 against Marion Center on September 24th of last year. I think it's 0 passing yards tonight, right? So that's going to be a new low. Whitmer to punt the football. Baker, the long snapper. Whitmer's kick much better this time. Floating kick, going to be taken by Dunn at the 45 to the 50, comes near sideline, makes a nice quick cut inside the 45 down to about the 44 or 43-yard line, where the Wildcats will start after a 26-yard punt. They'll start in Panthers territory at about the 43-yard line.
Well, same story all night. Homer Center taking over in great field position. And can't really blame Whitmer for that. That was a really good kick, and as you said, better than the one he had back in quarter number 1 where he shanked it 25 yards. Hopefully they can stand strong on defense. Homer Center, though, haven't really scored too much in the second half. I think they're just trying to chew away some clock and perhaps win the second consecutive week by the same score.
River Valley, an explosive offense a year ago. 36 of their 45 touchdowns were on the ground. They have 1 on the ground tonight, 1 last week in the waning moments of the contest. Their roster up to 63 players, an increase from 22 from the 41 that they finished last year's season with. 9:03 remaining. Riley Clevenger under center, and bobbling the snap, it's loose, and River Valley has it at the Wildcat, or at the River Valley 44-yard line, up off the bottom of the pile with the football. It is Adam Blauser with the fumble recovery. The exchange just not clean, so Homer Center
Panthers take over 1st and 10.
Turns it over for the second time in as many possessions.
44-yard line.
Yep, I'm trying to watch the replay right now. Yep, that was just a
43-yard line.
That was a mishandled give-off right there. Luckily for Homer Center, they still got that breathing room for them to work with. River Valley, though, great opportunity for them to capitalize on a forced turnover.
Greg Page won't accept that you have backup personnel in there as an excuse. We will get to Ward Hilliard. Ward, I didn't forget you down there after this play. Woodring hands it off, and breaking into the, not secondary necessarily, but carrying a Wildcat to the 48-yard line. Romeo Dokos on the tackle. Ward, down to you. What are you seeing? Coach Page probably not happy with back-to-back TOs.
Well, here's the thing. The River Valley defense is giving up chunks of yards, but not big chunks. They're forcing the Homer with 2-3 downs to get a first down. Those long drives usually lead to a stall or a turnover, and that's what's kept them in the game.
Now there's a whistle.
Flag on the play.
And let's see.
It's on the Homer Center side.
End of 3. It's now Penns Manor 34 and United Valley nothing. So Penns Manor flexing their muscle up at Thomas Medill Athletic Field.
Got to think it's Max Hill leading the charge for that again. Last week's Luxembourg's Jewelers MVP of the week.
Substitution infraction on River Valley. River Valley will host Cambria Heights next Friday night at Ernie Widmar Field. Jake Slobotnik and Chuck Clark will have the call. 6:30 will be airtime on Cat Country 106.3 and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Homer Center, big early season matchup next Friday night at Penns Manor. Will be on the air at 6:15 on Renda Digital TV and WCCS AM 1160.
The Penns Manor voted to finish 5th in the preseason poll. Homer Center, the first place pick with 6 first place votes.
2nd down and 10 after the 5-yard mark off. Yannett's going to be smothered in his own backfield, and Landon Hill. Is that Landon? No, that's a 66. That for Homer Center is Isaiah Bentz. You know, Isaiah Bentz, watch him come through on the, as we look at the video replay in our booth, he just grabs them and tosses them down. He's a big boy, Isaiah Bentz, 6'2", 6'5", 282. I think he could play at the next level. Whether he wants to or not, I don't know. But you know what his nickname is, Jake?
What is it?
For a big lineman, something tough, right? You've got to be
You'd
tough.
Think, but by your tone, I would guess not.
Cupcake.
Hey, keeps him motivated to get better.
Or head to the bakery, one or the other. 3rd down and 14, or a funnel cake. Rolling to his right is Woodring, and he fires on the far sideline. Yanitz, did he haul it in or not? I don't think so. Krajosik on the coverage. With 7:28 to play in the football game, once again, the Panthers offense bogging down. They're faced with 4th down, and let's see if they just go for it, because they're running out of time, down by 22 points, and that's what they're going to do.
I will say Woodring is getting off somewhat better throws this time around.
River Valley's 2nd largest school in the conference, one of 3 AA schools with 162 male students. United Valley, with that merger of programs with Blacklick Valley, 3 students larger. Woodring rolls to his left, and pressure coming. He's going to give ground and give more ground back to the 10 and fires it into the River Valley bench, over the bench, almost into the bleachers. And he did his best to improvise and keep the play alive, but nothing opened up as he was running for his life. And Homer Center will take over at the River Valley 39-yard line.
Yeah, thankfully he got that throw off, because he had 3 Wildcats chasing after him, and he would have taken probably a 30-yard sack, just guesstimating based off how far he ran. He ran to the complete opposite end zone. But fortunately, he was able to get a throw off and just chuck it out of play. Good for an incomplete pass.
So the Wildcats, with 3rd-string quarterback Riley Clevenger, take over. Word that score out at United, 34-0 after 3. For the Penns Manor Comets, it looks like Billy Packer has that team really put together well this year.
Well, you kind of figured that. They're not going to have 2 bad years in a row. And you know what? You got Max Hill, and he is outstanding. He can carry that team a long, long way. It's going to be a big load for the Wildcats next week.
Riley Clevenger will go from the shotgun. Landon Hill back in as a sidecar to the left. Slot man right is Krajosik. Near boundary is Braden Dunn. And the snap a bit high, but he hands it off. Hill breaks the tackle, sidesteps another, heads far sideline, 35-30. And look at him go down the left sideline inside the 25 to about the 23-yard line for a gain of 16 or so, depending on the spot. Far side of the field, trying to get the number. It might have been Gage Pierce defensively, and it was Pierce and Caden Burkhart.
Well, just when you think Landon Hill had the night off, he gets right back in there after a lengthy break and gets 16 yards. Just shows how much he's got left in the reserve tank.
1st and 10, they put it at the 42. Another high snap, and Riley Clevenger going to keep it, and Clevenger inside the 20 down to about the 18-yard line for a gain of about 4 as we churn under 7 minutes to play. And now it's Clevenger that's injured.
Better call in Josh Van Meter.
Dom Bartolini and others on the tackle for the Panthers. Caden Burkhart and Clevenger is now down. So who's the 4th string? Our spotter said. So there's an injury timeout with 6:56 to play. The injuries are piling up more than the points for Homer Center, but they do have a comfortable 28-6 cushion over the River Valley Panthers. You're watching on Renda Digital TV. Hello, everybody at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Thank you for the coverage. Don't forget, if you're looking for a wedding venue, reunions, special birthday party, meeting, the Twin City Event Hall's really, really nice. We toured it, videoed it, and it is available off of Neal Road in Grayston, just south of this yard. Our coverage continues on the radio side, too, on Cat Country 106.3 and the WCCS Panthers Wildcats radio network.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscaping. When your vehicle needs tended to,
Hands the football off to Luke Woodring. Jake, do you have eligibility left?
I might. I never played a down of football.
Oh, then yeah.
What send me right out there. Jerry Ross, I was volunteering to go out there, though.
Jerry has those wills. Our statistician. Jerry, thank you for your great work tonight. Our spotter, Dennis Mester, digital producer, John Smathers, radio producer, Michael Burdig. 3rd down and 3 for Homer Center. Braden Dunn has Landon Hill to his left. And they've both had nice nights. Hill much bigger with 4 touchdowns, maybe looking for 5 as he zigs and zags his way inside the 10, inside the 5. And we'll see where they spot him out of bounds on the far side of the field. We're in that south end zone. There's a Citizens ambulance, and we hope nobody needs it, but that Citizens at all the games, they do such a great job. Please support them, too. They need your help. On the tackle for the River Valley Panthers, Micah Griffith, the free safety. So it's going to be 1st and goal for Homer Center. Can we go 5 touchdowns for Landon Hill?
1st and goal for the
I would assume so.
Braden Dunn, 4th team quarterback.
I'd like to see Braden just chuck
one here. Snap high again, and it messes up the timing of the play. And Landon Hill is tackled immediately, might even lose a yard.
Hill on the carry,
we'll see
in the backfield.
On the replay here. Dunn did a good job.
2nd down and goal.
He has good baseball hands, and he showed them there. And on the tackle for the River Valley Panthers was Caden Burkhardt. But 2nd down and goal from the 3, under 6 minutes to play.
Yep, just gave River Valley a split second more to react, and they capitalized. I'm telling you, Mark, I'd really like to see just one play. Dunn just lob it to the end zone for one of the end guys. Because we talk about how there's been no passing. Just one pass, one little floater for a touchdown would be awesome to see.
Dunn with Hill to the right, snap high again, hands to Hill. Hill sheds 1 tackle, lateral pursuit. I think that was Dom Spill that came across to keep him out of the end zone. We'll try to get a look on it, or was it Beddick? See, snap, I'll tell you, these snaps, they got to get that squared away. No, it was Beddick that hit him, and then coming to finish him off was Elijah Morshide. 3rd down and goal, 5 minutes to play in this game with Homer Center leading 28-6. Hawk Talk at Hilton Garden Inn. Come over and join us. Jack Benedict will be hosting Tuesday night from 6 to 7. Enjoy some dinner or hors d'oeuvres and a drink. Then we'll do it every Monday through the IUP football season. 3rd down and goal from the 2. And Hill, the handoff, Hill, the touchdown, his 5th of the night, virtually untouched. Give credit to that offensive line. On the left side, Isaiah Bentz, Romolo Stokos, and Joe Cicerelli, the center, as they blow the horn here for a 5th time tonight. It's 34-6 Homer Center with 4:38 to play in the football game. Number 5 for Landon Hill.
I think I know just exactly who our MVP is this week for high school football. Landon Hill, he's having himself quite a game. As you said, 5 touchdowns. He's put up all the points for Homer Center tonight, excluding extra points.
Dan Jones, the long snapper for the team wearing black and white. Riley Clevenger, the holder. Michael Krajosik looking to go perfect in the extra point department, and I jinxed him. It's blocked and no good. So the teams come back upfield with 4:38 to play in the football game. The Wildcats take advantage of the short field again. They drive 39 yards, and they lead it 34-6. Drive summary, 7 plays, 39 yards, took 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And Homer Center with the comfortable lead as we head to break on Renda Digital TV and on an IRMC High School Sports Night on Cat Country and WCCS and the Panthers Wildcats Radio Network.
When your vehicle needs tended to, take it to Baroni's Auto Care. Baroni's Auto Care inspects, does minor repairs including brakes and exhausts, as well as oil changes and tune-ups. And if you're looking for tires, Baroni's Auto Care sells all brands. Baroni's Auto Care is currently accepting new customers. So when your vehicle needs inspected or repaired, take it to Baroni's Auto Care right off Route 56. Look for the sign in Brush Valley.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well. From your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
Boy, talk about a workhorse night for him tonight.
Final score, Northern Cambria shuts out Marion Center 30-0. Kick, Squibber Chase Stuchel on the return. Not sure if that's Scott Stuchel's son or not. I think it is.
I think so.
Scott been around the baseball diamond for a while. Does a nice job, and we have a media timeout. With 4:34 remaining in the football game, Indiana Regional Medical Center High School Sports Night coverage continues on both Cat Country 106.3 and WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM and Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, right here on the Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
Business happens here. And here. And here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Friend Chris Graham, lifetime member of the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club, watching tonight's game in Colonial Beach, Virginia. Thanks for bringing the game to those who can't be there. He'll see us next weekend at Penn's Manor and also at, AccuShore Stadium. His son Bryson goes to UT, and the Tennessee Volunteers are coming to Pitt next Saturday.
Pitt with that big win last year against the Volunteers. Big
you have
rivalry
to join
matchup.
us at one of our tailgates down at Pitt.
Let me know when.
All right. Yeah, you're always welcome. We'll get you tickets. We'll take care of you. So it is River Valley starting at their own 38. And Woodring throws. His pass almost intercepted, and that would have been a pick six for Will Jones. He read it, but he dropped the football.
Woodring is saying as many prayers as he can right now for thanks, because that was a very lucky drop for Woodring, but Homer Center, there was free real estate if he would have caught that one.
That's hands like Ward Hilliard. Ward, where are you? Oh, there he is. He's talking to Riley Clevenger.
He's mad I kicked him out of his spot in the booth.
2nd down and 10. And throwing deep all alone Yanitz, and he takes it at the 38-yard line, and he's going to take it the distance against a bunch of young defenders. He goes 62 yards, and that won't make Homer Center's coaching staff happy. I don't care if it's reserves or not.
Yards for the touchdown.
He was all alone and ran the rest of the way, and it's 34-12 with 4:19 to go.
And that's what River Valley needed all night long. Just one play to go right. Unfortunately, it comes a little too late in the game. But you talk about how Yanitz has really impressed you, and I said that before, and I'll say it again. He beat his defender by a matter of feet, but it's the execution of all ends on that play that allowed River Valley to get Yanitz open and allow him to score.
Keith Bahana, they're not going to kick. He had 42 extra points last year. Nothing this year. Attempted one in the first half when they scored, and it was blocked off because of a bad snap. So the Panthers will go for two, and the snap behind Woodring, but he picks it up, rolls to his left. Caleb Palmer after him. He's going to reverse and roll to his right, giving ground, firing, and it is batted away, incomplete. Braden Dunn recovering, and a lot of excitement on the two-point conversion. Luke Woodring wears me out watching him. Teams come upfield. We'll pause for 30 seconds with 4:19 to play in the football game. River Valley Panthers back on the board. 62-yard pass play from Woodring to Sam Yanitz. It's 34-12 on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, and also on IRMC High School Sports Night on Cat Country 106.3 and WCCS Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
United Valley's.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. With braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
I'll tell you what, he's done a great job commanding this Homer Center offense since coming in pretty much off the bench cold as anyone could imagine. So
not an easy chore when you don't get a lot of reps.
Not at all.
Here's an onside kick attempt, perhaps not a very good attempt if that's what it was, and downing it for Homer Center's Logan Henry, 5'7", 128-pound senior. So the Wildcats, with 4:18 to play, will try to run this thing out. River Valley will try to get the ball back.
First and 10.
Yeah, Riley, he's a free spirit. The one thing that does do, if you can get people healthy, does give you depth down the road. And better to happen now than week 8 when you're heading toward the playoffs and you don't have anybody prepared in a backup role. But I would say this, Jake, Angelo Alexander's injury didn't look like anything he's going to be coming back from next week or week after. It might be long-term for him.
Yeah, if rumors are true and that was a shoulder separation, it's going to be a couple weeks before we see him. But, you know, Riley Clevenger's done a great job filling in for him. And as you said, better to get these injuries out of the way in the first couple of weeks, especially with how big of a lead the Wildcats have right now. Best possible scenario.
First and 10. Riley hands it off to Braden Dunn. They try to claw at the football, and they can't do that, but they do tackle him. And it was Caden Barnhart, I should say.
Gain of a yard.
Gain of a yard to the 30-yard line.
Yep, and as you said, they're just going to wind down the time right now. They're in the driver's seat by plenty. Under 4 minutes to play. Expect a lot of on-the-ground action as if we haven't seen enough already tonight.
6:15 airtime next Friday night on WCCS and Renda Digital TV for Homer Center at Penn's Manor. And Jake will be back at Ernie Widmar Field at Memorial Stadium.
Timeout, Panthers.
Cambria Heights and River Valley at 6:30 on Cat Country 106.3 and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Timeout called by River Valley, and 19-19 Indiana, and not going to OT at Kuznetsky Field off of 5th Street in Indiana. Jake, what about other scores? We'll keep it right here.
Final score, Penn's Manor blanks United Valley 34-0. The comments just keep on rolling. And here we go. More finals. Purchase line blanked West Shamokin 28-0.
That's amazing.
I know.
And West Shamokin thumped 2 last week. Marion Center?
Yes, 40-14, I believe, was the final. So,
wow.
Credit to Purchase Line.
Matt Felisic doing the job.
Hey, Purchase Line is a sneaky school when you catch them on a really good day. And Northern Cambria, as you mentioned, blanked Marion Center 30-0. This is a week of shutouts across Heritage football.
Homer Center will go to Purchase Line later in the year. That's too bad, because I know Matt Felisic. Michael Burdig knows this, our studio engineer, executive producer on the radio side. Matt Felisic loves coming to Memorial Field in these facilities. And there's jumping for River Valley, or did Homer Center flinch? The teams have to dress up at the school, and the visiting team room here at Memorial Field is not good. It's small. I don't know how River Valley they probably didn't fit inside of it, to be honest with you.
They probably did it in shifts.
5-yard penalty on River Valley.
Offside or encroachment.
I know there's working on some things to improve this old yard that goes back to 1955, I believe. This is the 77th year here. And more move. Hard count again. That's one way to move the ball down the field. Offside, 2 plays, or 2 penalties, and 10 yards and a first down.
On the Panthers.
Well, you did have the done 1-yard run.
Yardage is enough to create a
Ward's got something, I believe.
All right, Ward, what do you have down there on the Wildcat
I got
sideline?
2 young guys here that have been running with me all night. What's your name?
Reese Wagner.
Reese Wagner, your name?
Carson Arrow.
What do you guys do?
Give the refs the ball.
You both junior high players.
Reese is in 9th grade. I'm in 8th grade.
This is your first live interview, and you had your best interviewer doing it.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time, boys.
Reese Wagner had a carry. Reese Wagner had a carry in last week's game, but he's among the walking wounded. Good athlete, good running back prospect for Homer Center. What do we have, a 1-yard or no gain on that play?
No gain.
3.5 to play in the game. 34-12 Homer Center. First Commonwealth Bank postgame show will feature both coaches up here in the broadcast booth. Jake Slobotnik will interview Josh Hauser, River Valley's coach.
Josh Hauser.
Jess Hauser. There is a Josh Hauser, so you know, going back a ways. And I'll have Greg Page. So we'll kind of share the duties, and Jake will take Josh.
Back in the carry.
Jess, we'll get it right.
There's a lot of J's flowing around the press box.
J. And I'll have Greg Page. 3rd down coming up. They put it down at the 41-yard line. Jess Hauser in his 2nd season.
3rd down and 8.
Of being a head coach at River Valley after they merged Salzburg and Blairsville schools. Talks of a new stadium down there on the grounds of the Blairsville campus. 2.5 to play. Coach Page in his 16th season. Done a few interviews with the coach through the years. 3rd down, about 9 to go. Riley Clevenger waits for the play clock to count down and going to give on a jet sweep to Michael Krajosik. Krajosik to the 45, to the 50, lowers the shoulder, flag comes in. And I think that was a flag unless it was the ball.
No, it looked like a flag.
For the Panthers,
we'll see what the penalty is going to be about. It's going to be holding on Homer Center, so it will negate a nice looking run. And let's see, I think that was Casey Harper that was maybe charged with that
holding on the Wild.
John, can we get one more look at that or not? Yeah, we do on the video monitor in our booth.
From the spot of the foul.
Hand off to Krajosik around the left end. And let's see. Well, if anybody, it was on Harper, I guess.
Maybe.
3rd down and 9 for the Wildcats.
Didn't see much there. But enough that the officials, and they were closer. That play was on the far sideline. We did have the benefit of the replay. Thank you, John, for all of the replays tonight. Outstanding work. 3rd down and 10 for Homer Center. They lost a yard. More than that, but from the line of scrimmage, pass to Krajosik out here in the flat is incomplete. So the Wildcats with 2:06 to play will have to punt it away. Sam Yanitz flips the ball to Rufus Arone that Ward just spoke to. And things are kind of bogging down here, Jake.
Yep, all but the counting. The fat lady is gearing up. doing her mic check and vocal warm-ups. And as you said, Coach's Corner tomorrow morning on WDAD with Todd Marino and Ward Hilliard.
An Indiana County tradition since 1969. Good snap, and Krajosic gets the punt out of there, and it's fielded by Yanitz. Yanitz zigs and zags his way up to the 45-yard line. Special teams coverage for Homer Center. Javion Jones, among others.
Takes the
and with 1:58 to play, River Valley will get another shot at it on offense.
And I think Homer Center just took a timeout, maybe to get some of their bench in.
Well, they had quite a few subs in on that last possession. Eli Butterly coming in. We'll take a timeout, 30 seconds, with 1:58 to play in the football game. Scoreboard says Homer Center 34, River Valley 2. Wildcats are going to drop to, or improve to 2-0. River Valley going to drop to 0-2, not the start they were looking for. Panthers and Wildcats right here on Cat Country 106.3 and WCCS, Renda Digital TV, Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffle?
Dogfight. Cambria Heights needed that one. So those two teams are both 1-1. There's a pass, and Dom Spill has it at the 20-15, 10-5 touchdown. And Greg Page not happy again, and the River Valley Panthers.
55 yards on the completion.
55-yard touchdown pass to Spill, and it's 34-18. So it's going to look a lot closer than it was, and Greg Page won't be happy with his reserve units giving up back-to-back touchdowns in short order.
Yep, and I think we're going to start to see those starters come back in, because now it's a 18 game. Maybe you'll see the...
So,
well, forgive what I just said. I guess they're not going to sit their reserves. I was told that by multiple sources, so...
They probably won't. He will... If it got to a one-score game, for sure.
But that's two big plays given up by the Homer Center defense.
Woodring going to keep it, 2-point conversion. He into the end zone, and it's 34-20.
Keeps the ball into the end zone.
So
2-point conversion.
Give
good.
River Valley a lot of credit.
Panthers 20, Wildcats 34.
Doesn't matter who you're doing it against as long as you do it. And they haven't quit. And they've made it a two-score game with 1:48 to play in the football game, and we'll probably have an onside kick coming up from the Panthers. At IRMC at Chestnut Ridge and Blairsville's UrgiCare, they fast-track you for quick access to their team of medical experts. Highly trained and ready to treat all minor injuries and illnesses, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge offers the full spectrum of UrgiCare, 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Get in, get out, get better. IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, a part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. Ward Hilliard. Coach probably not too happy on the near sideline, and on the opposite side, Jess Hauser probably happy that his team not quitting here tonight.
Yeah, that's always important, that you keep playing no matter what the score. And I know Coach Page isn't happy, but they've been having problems trying to get organized here. They get kids coming in and out, guys out of position. You give up those long passes. The kids that play in the steep secondary haven't seen much of that, and that's what's happened. They got burned a couple times. Let's see what they do on this kickoff.
Sure, it'll be an onside kick attempt. They do have, I don't know if that's their normal. Well, Riley Clevenger's up front. Javon Jones has good hands. And Bahana, it is an onside kick attempt, but it goes all the way downfield to the 32 and up the left sideline with running room's Casey Harper, who's had a good game tonight. Harper's done some good things. Timeout situation, River Valley has 2 remaining. Homer Center 1, brand new scoreboard at Memorial Field this year, Jake, after the old one was replaced, but they got a lot of service out of it back since 1923. No, I'm just kidding about that, but I might have been here for 30 or 40 years. I don't know, a long time. They're going to say he was out of bounds at the 50-yard line, so an 18-yard return for Casey Harper with 1:43 remaining. Starting offensive unit on the O-line, yeah, they are back, so it is going to be a starting unit. Jake, you were right, so there.
And everybody was telling me no. Don't trust the genius.
Braden Dunn, 4th-team quarterback. Well, there's a new player in, promising sophomore too in Isaiah McCracken. No gain on the play. Defensively for the River Valley Panthers, Quentin Whitmer. Down to 1:25 remaining. I think if River Valley does get the ball back, you will see the first-team unit in there for Homer Center.
Well, yeah, because now the lead is trimmed to 14, but with 1:12, unless it's a turnover, I don't see that happening.
In River Valley, they could have stopped the clock and used their last 2 timeouts, and I think they respected head coach Greg Page for what he did, putting in his subs in the early in this 4th quarter, and they're not going to stop, but Elijah McCracken carries the football, or Isaiah McCracken, inside the 45. Gain of about 5.
The Panthers.
Andrew Barris on the stop for River Valley, down to 40 seconds. They'll have to run one more play. And we'll get set for our first Commonwealth Bank post-game show. Radio replays, a look at the stats and interviews with both coaches. And Homer Center could just take a knee at any point now. And a timeout called. And Isaiah Ben saying, why? Why now, River Valley, why are you taking a timeout now with 22.6 seconds remaining?
Well, Mark, with this game winding down quickly, Landon Hill, we take a look at his quick stats by First Commonwealth Bank, time to be first. 30 carries, 178 yards, 5 touchdowns. I think that makes for a player of the game nod.
I would say that would qualify, yes. So we're going to end up 34-20 tonight.
In your history calling Homer Center football, Landon Hill, when was the last time you saw a performance like that didn't include the name Ben Schmidt?
Well, there's been quite a few. When they went to the state championship game in 2013, Jesse Lee and Michael McCracken were outstanding running backs that put up big yardage, and certainly Ben Schmidt, but there have been a number of good backs through the years, just like in Blairsville, Bobcats football history, and last year, of course, Bartolini from on the Salzburg side of the district put up big numbers. I go back to the 70s with Ralph David and Frank, the baby Bull Harsh, who went to Georgia Tech. Now timeout called by Homer Center. So such rich traditions at the 2 schools. I'm speaking primarily, obviously, Homer Center, but back when it was the Blairsville Bobcats with many of their outstanding teams under Ernie Widmar and Ab DeTore. And now they're going to try to build something special with the merger of the 2 schools. 22.6 seconds to play, back-to-back timeouts, just more or less to get organized. I'm trying to think of some of those great running backs from Blairsville. John, help me out. I mentioned Ralph David, Frank Harsh, Sam Izzy is another one.
If only we could phone in Chuck Clark.
Was it Dion Robinson? Yeah, a lot of good players. The history of Homer Center and the Blairsville Bobcats, it was a shame that rivalry came to an end, and it's a shame that Braden Dunn was just clobbered. It's a shame because he's saying, I wish I didn't have this football. That rivalry went back to 1923 as River Valley calls a timeout. Well, we will get to the finish line, fans, in this game. Bobcats were Homer Center's biggest rivals, no question about that. You mentioned the backyard brawl, Jake, early on in this broadcast. And until 2020, when the game was canceled due to the coronavirus pandemic, the two teams had played 94 times dating back to 1923. First game was played in 1923, a 13-0 Bobcat win. From 1923 to 1950, Blairsville was 20 wins, 2 losses, 2 ties against Homer City. Since 1960, the Wildcats had owned a 33-26-2 advantage, but many great games throughout the years in that storied history, and really hated to see it come to an end, but decisions were made and we move on. Homer Center will punt it. High short kick into the lights by Krajosic, and it's fumbled. They dive for it, and it's a flag on Homer Center, I think, for not allowing him to receive the football.
Interference. And Homer Center's arguing that he signaled for a fair catch, but
9.1 seconds. River Valley's going to maintain possession. All second overtime, 25-25. What's the 9:46 mean, Jerry?
I think that's
you see why I didn't understand that, Jerry.
Real time. It's not
25-25, Knock and Indiana. Oh, even Jerry had. That's the first breakdown since. Well, let me check. Jerry, 2004. That's the first mistake in 18 years. All right, we are going to come to a merciful ending to this football game.
Illegal block in the back on the Wildcats. The Panthers ball.
Wildcats with starting unit back in there.
Block in the back.
Now heading to second overtime. Indiana Knock tied at 25.
So, ball placed at the 37-yard line.
And I think River Valley declined the penalty.
So we're going to have one more play in this game. No timeouts for River Valley. Woodring, the quarterback. Wildcats with their starting unit back in there. The reserves kind of failed miserably, didn't they? But JV's against starting unit, and now Jess Hauser says, we're going to end this game, just take a knee, shake hands, and move on. Wildcats will move on 2-0. River Valley Panthers drop to 0-2. River Valley with some momentum, I think, at the end of the game with some positive things happening. As I said, it doesn't really matter who you do it against. You still have to execute. Yeah, it was against younger Homer Center defenders, but they made some plays and put 20 points on the board at the end of the day, but Homer Center wins it 34-20, Jake.
Yep, and not a good look for the River Valley Panthers, but a great look for Landon Hill and his Homer Center Wildcats. Hill, you hate to say that he carried him on his back because it was a great team effort, but I mean, what name stood out among the rest tonight? And that was Landon Hill. But I think credit should go to the quarterback situation, because once Alexander went down, Riley Clevenger came in. Braden Dunn had a few snaps from under center. They both looked strong and looked really good. So got to credit to them. Got to credit the Homer Center defense, the main starting defense, I should say. They did pretty good. And, I mean, that's pretty much all she wrote, is cut and paste, one-sided affair the entire game.
All right, we want to move on to our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show. On the other side of the break, we will have radio replays to be followed by interviews with both coaches. Jake will have Jess Hauser. I'll have Greg Page when we continue. Final score, Homer Center 34, River Valley Panthers 20, and you've been listening and watching it on the Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683. free. Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work.
As we welcome you back to Memorial Field, where Homer Center has defeated the River Valley Panthers 34-20. Let's recap it for you. River Valley won the coin toss and deferred, kicked off to Homer Center. They started at the 29-yard line. First play of the game, Landon Hill got off and running with a 36-yard run to River Valley's 35-yard line, and Hill was just getting started. As you will hear, he had a big night. Starting quarterback Angelo Alexander, a sophomore, replacing the injured Cole McAnulty. Until he was hurt, was doing a lot of good things, but maybe a significant shoulder injury for the sophomore, as Riley Clevenger had to come back to the rescue for Homer Center for the second consecutive night. Alexander, a couple of nice runs. Hill had a touchdown wiped away by a holding that pushed Homer Center back to the Panthers' 15-yard line. They got it back to the 1-yard line, and they got it back into the hands of number 8.
Indiana won.
Krajosik added the extra point, 7 plays, 71-yard drive. You'll hear the replays on radio, but not on Renda Digital TV. But stay with us because we'll have both coaches joining us up here in the press box. River Valley went 3 and out on their first possession. Homer Center got the ball back, went back to Landon Hill. They worked the football from their own 49-yard line right down the field. They were at the Panther 14-yard line when Landon Hill got the call one more time. Certainly was. Great job by the offensive line. Krajosik added the extra point out of the hold of Clevenger. 4:33 mark. It was 14-0 after a 6-play, 51-yard drive. But back came the River Valley Panthers on the ensuing kickoff. It's Woodring made short work of Homer Center. First play, just quick count and 3-yard touchdown run made it 14-6 at the 4:14 mark. A high snap caused the extra point to be blocked. That's where we were heading to the second quarter. And River Valley on the first play of the second quarter was in punt formation from their own 3-yard line after Homer Center had pinned them deep, and they only gained 2 yards on 3 plays. So a 23-yard shank punt off of the foot of Quentin Whitmer. Homer Center started at the River Valley 24-yard line. Landon Hill 17 yards to River Valley 7. Second and goal from the River Valley 1-yard line. Landon Hill yet again. (21-6) after Krajosic's third extra point. River Valley actually had a couple of golden opportunities late in that second quarter, but they turned it over on a couple of occasions. They had a fumble that was recovered by Aiden Bikina, and then their next possession on a pass completion, Ethan Kishlock had it stripped by Landon Hill, I should say, and it was recovered by Casey Harper. So Homer Center dodged a couple of bullets, and River Valley, I'm sure that's one of the things that maybe Jake Slobotnik will talk to Jess Hauser about those 2 possessions, because things could have been interesting with Homer Center's backup quarterback also on the shelf. So we went to the second half with Homer Center 21-6 lead. The only points in the third quarter, I should say, Landon Hill, as Homer Center started a drive after a Braden Dunn interception at the Panthers' 22-yard line. They worked it down and had a second and goal from the RV 6-yard line. Seven plays, 22 yards, took 2 minutes, 26 seconds. It was 28-6. Clevenger was hit by Elijah Morscheid on Homer Center's next possession. Morscheid picked it up and ran to the 27-yard line, and we headed to the fourth quarter, and then Hill fumbled for Homer Center. Blauser recovered for River Valley, and we were at 28-6 with Homer Center taking over at the 7:18 mark at the River Valley 39-yard line after a Panthers drive stalled. They worked the football down to the 3-yard line, and guess who got the call, and guess who had his 5th touchdown of the night? Big Landon Hill. Kick was blocked as Krajosic missed that extra point. So with 4:38 remaining, it was 34-6. Panthers didn't quit, however. They scored on their next possession, starting a drive at their own 38. Quick drive, quick strike on a 2nd down and 10 as Woodring went up top, and pretty nice athletic catch and run by Sam Yanitz. Homer Center went 3 and out on their next possession, punted it away, and the River Valley Panthers came back again. 55-yard touchdown pass from Luke Woodring to Dom Spill at the 1:48 mark. Woodring the 2-point conversion run to set the final at 34-20. When our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show continues, Jake Slobotnik will have the interview of River Valley Panthers head coach Jess Hauser. That and more as we roll on from Memorial Field in Homer City on the Panthers Wildcats Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Well, we'll get back to Mark in just a little bit. Jake Slobodnik joining you on the First Commonwealth Bank postgame show. First Commonwealth Bank, time to be first. Member FDIC. Our conversation with head coach Jess Hauser of the River Valley Panthers. Coach, another loss this week to Homer Center. Definitely a lot better. There were some things that were better, some things that were worse. Your overall thoughts on the game?
We came out second half. We played well. Just that first half, that first quarter, we got us in a hole. We couldn't come back from that.
Homer Center, they really capitalized on the talents of Landon Hill tonight. And out of the half, you were talking about how you guys were focusing your attention on them. How would you grade your defense on focusing on Landon?
Not too well. He scored 5 times. He's a big bull to bring down. And once he gets going, you can't stop him.
Now, the Homer Center ran into a little bit of quarterback trouble with their injuries throughout the game, and was that ever on your radar about how changing your game plan a little bit, how you address how your defense should attack Landon Hill or their offensive unit at all?
No, our main focus coming in was to go after Landon Hill, and we just didn't get it done tonight. We have to go back and work.
For the players on your team, Ethan Kishlock, he really improved in the second half of the game after finishing with very little rushing yards. He ran 5 straight times for 10 yards or more. How would you grade his performance tonight in the backfield?
He didn't do bad. I mean, he was dodging players left and right, just like in our pass game. There was all kinds of pressure. We got to get better up front, and our running backs got to start lowering their shoulder and taking away from the first block, tackler. One
of the trouble areas I saw tonight, again, was that offensive line. They held stout probably throughout the first couple of drives, but then as the game evolved, they sort of let their guard down, and Luke Woodring suffered because of it. It just continues to pile up for that offensive line. What do you, as a coach, need to do to make sure your offensive line improves?
We got to put people in there that's ready to play and want to play. We can't have our quarterback taking a 3-step drop and scrambling like crazy because he's on the run because he's getting pressure off a 4-down lineman. That just don't cut it in the Heritage Conference.
I do want to talk about Luke a little bit more because despite all the adversity he faced, with the troubled offensive line and the heavy defensive pressure that Homer Center applied, he played overall pretty well tonight. He got a few long passes off tonight. He was able to make some good situational moves. Can you just comment about what you thought how Luke played tonight?
Yeah, Luke played well. I mean, he made something out of nothing a lot of times. And when he did get the time, he made the throws downfield, the accurate throws. So if we give him a little time, I think we'll be okay.
The wide receiver core, Sam Yanitz, well, not just receiving, but special teams as well. He really excelled tonight. A long kickoff return, was involved in one of those 2 long touchdown receptions. Your overall thoughts on how he played tonight?
Sammy played well, and he's got the speed, and he'll be in there a lot more in weeks to come.
We saw there were a few injury notes for the team. I think Brad Miller was one of them. There's a little bit of cramping. How's his status?
Good. I mean, he's just cramping up, and I can't believe the way these kids were cramping, and it wasn't even that hot out tonight.
Now let's focus on next week. You guys face the Cambria Heights Highlanders at home. They just had a slim win over Portage, who you guys faced last week. Your thoughts on facing the Highlanders next week?
Well, we got our butts kicked by Portage last week, and the Highlanders just beat Portage, so we're going to have our hands full. We'll be ready to come to work.
What can you tell us about Cambria Heights you guys are going to take into next week?
Their quarterback, he's good on offense and on defense. He tackles everything.
Coach, thanks so much. Best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Jake Slobodnik with head coach Jess Hauser of the River Valley Panthers on our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show. First Commonwealth Bank, time to be first. Member FDIC. We'll take a 90-second timeout. We'll allow Mark Birdie, the voice of the Wildcats, to come back on. He'll be joined by head coach Greg Page of the Wildcats. They'll dissect the Wildcats' big win tonight over the River Valley Panthers. You're listening to the First Commonwealth Bank postgame show. First Commonwealth Bank, time to be first. Member FDIC. Back on WCCS Cat Country 106.3 and the Renda Media Sports Network.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Plus at Luther Ford, you'll save big during the Ford Summer Supercharged Sales Event. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
To our broadcast booth on the First Commonwealth Bank postgame show with Homer Center head coach Greg Page following the Wildcats' 34-20 victory over the River Valley Panthers. And, Coach, I hate to talk about the same thing as last week, but I'm going to start with the injury news. Your quarterback, Angelo Alexander, who was excellent to start this game, injured, and it didn't look good. What can you tell us?
I don't know yet.
Let's see.
Is it my volume here?
Go ahead.
We good there? Okay. Sorry. I really don't know yet. I think I might make a trip up and see if they're still at the hospital. I know it was in the shoulder area. I feel terrible. He was ready to go even before he got cleared, and I thought he did a hell of a job until that point.
He certainly did, and we wish him well. You were without Cole McAnally, who visited the doctors today, told me he got encouraging news, but he was in street clothes. And then your emergency quarterback, Riley Clevenger, did a great job. He gets nicked up a little bit, or maybe it was a cramp.
I think it was cramps, yeah.
But then Braden Dunn, if I'd have told you before the season that you'd have Braden Dunn, and he's a good athlete, but you're down to your fourth teamer, you'd probably be a bit concerned, and I'm sure you are.
Isaiah Bench in the summer was joking that he was the third-string quarterback, our big tackle, so maybe we got to start repping him. Actually, Michael would have been next, Krajosik, and we talked about that during a timeout. Braden actually has a little bit of experience. He did some JV quarterbacking last year, and he knows the sidecar plays because he's a sidecar. So I didn't have any reservations there. I just wanted to get through the game and not get anybody else dinged up anymore. But again, you got to give credit to Clev and our offensive line and giving us a push. I mean, there was times they were bringing everything but the kitchen sink. So I give them credit for being aggressive, but for the most part, we held them off.
Well, let's talk about the game. You got off on the right foot with Alexander leading the way. First play of the game, Landon Hill runs 36 yards. Angelo had a couple of nice runs that added up to a 7-play, 71-yard drive. They deferred and thought that maybe they'd try to set the tone, but it was your offense that did that.
We did, yeah. We came out strong. You never know when you get the ball first. We like to defer, but, I mean, you got the ball, you get it, you got to do something with it. We did. We did it again, and then we give up the long kickoff return. And something's going to have to be done there because we're just not – when we kick the ball to a deep enough point, we're not getting consistent lanes and we're not getting consistent physicality for people that want to come up and make a play. And I feel bad because it's getting some younger kids or some kids that aren't starters some time, but it's frustrating because that puts them right back in the game.
It certainly did, and that's been kind of a bugaboo for a couple of years here now with special teams and giving the opponent great starting position. Of course, you don't like especially giving them starting position at your 3-yard line.
Yeah, first and goal at the 3 doesn't work too well.
So that's a decision you'll have to make. You like to reward kids and give them opportunities, but if you flunk, then you know what that leads to. It leads to changes. Right. You got off to that 14-0 lead, and then they got right back in it, and then the injury occurs. But second quarter, you again got a nice drive after a shank punt. Your defense, after a punt rolls dead, you touch it dead at the 1-yard line. We thought on a replay, actually, you had a safety, but you didn't get it. And they end up only gaining 2 yards and set the tone.
Yeah.
But the defense first came through when they had to, when you had them pinned.
I think they're the story of the night, to be honest with you. I mean, we ran the ball well at times. We had a couple guys carry the ball well. But the defense set the tone. I mean, they can come out power eye. They came in that shotgun look. They can go double tight, double flank, empty. But we, for the most part, we held down everything in the run game. They did a couple of the late passes. I'm not real concerned about the yardage because we had younger kids in. I think that kind of helped their stats a lot. So overall, I was very pleased with the defense.
I'm going to give you some advice for next week. At the 9-minute mark of the second quarter, call timeout and regroup, maybe put in your 5th-team quarterback because the injuries occurred at practically the same time, two weeks in a row when Alexander got hurt. Hey, talk about
the stink bug likes me.
Yeah,
for some reason. I did shower
catching that
today
on video. Talk about Landon Hill's performance: 178 yards on 30 carries.
Yeah, I really don't like to run somebody that much, but I remember Monteo Coleman in 16. He had a banner day in the playoffs, and I remember him saying, "When coach really wants to run you, he runs you." And with Landon, it kind of turned into the same thing. I mean, we were having some success with some jets, too. I know you thought we never would again, but we did. So, but it got to a point where I was trying to keep it as simple as possible for our 3rd and 4th quarterback to focus on the snap. Let's just do a handoff. It's very vanilla for the most part, but those guys got a good push up front. They were under a lot of pressure. Ciccarelli, Taglietti, Dokos, Benson, Bikina, and then our tight ends blocked well too with Bell and Palmer. I thought they worked well together, and they were bringing the heat. But you got to give credit to Landon because he moves forward. He has some nice moves, some shiftiness for a big kid.
You remember the last time you had a running back that scored 5 touchdowns in a game?
I would venture to say it might have been Jeremy Smith.
Jeremy Smith. I was thinking maybe Logan Williams one time had a big
He could have,
game too.
yeah, up at Purchase Line.
Yeah,
that could be. Yep. Yeah, I think one of them was a kickoff return too.
Hey, speaking of kickoff returns and good all-around play, Braden Dunn, 62 yards rushing, pressed into quarterback duties, and he had an interception that set up a score.
Did that set up our first score of the second half, that interception?
That's interception. I'll have to take a look at it.
We were going that way, so I think it was.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yep, 22-yard interception return. That's a young man. You always say no matter what, in what walk, any walk of life, you earn things, and this kid is earning playing time, isn't he?
He did. That's a defense we put in this week to combat the empty look, the no-back look, and he was kind of playing just the middle of the field there, and he made a great read. Because I thought Woodring had the kid on the slant, but I didn't see Braden until the last second. Then he gave us a good stretch on the one series to give Landon a break and was really running the ball. And then that's when we had the bad snap or something happened where we got pushed back several yards and we ended up having to punt there, I think. But he works hard. He's an athlete. He really is, and it's just one of those things where you try to get the ball in his hands too.
I'm sure you didn't like watching it. We enjoyed Woodring improvising and keeping plays alive. I thought you were going to start chasing him around too because he was a handful. He was making me tired watching him.
I said he was like Houdini, and in the handshake line I said, "Do you ever stop?" And he's like, "I had to do what I had to do," and he laughed. But he's impressive. He can move, and we didn't always have guys with bad angles, and he was making people miss. A couple times I was disappointed we had our sights on him, and we didn't really get a good shoulder into him. But I think he's one of the better athletes in the conference. I'm glad to be done with him for this year. I know he's only a junior, so that'll be some headaches next year.
Again, you gave opportunities to guys down the stretch. River Valley, to their credit, they didn't quit. A couple of long touchdown passes that I'm sure you weren't happy about.
No, but they're young kids. I mean, the first touchdown pass, we had some younger, older kids in. They actually have had a little bit of experience there, and we just let them run right down the field. Then the last one, I mean, we completely had young guys, and I don't fault them. I mean, they're not used to that situation, and they're throwing the ball over our heads. So be it. I mean, I just didn't want them to get another score and then have the chance where you never know with an onside kick.
Next week should be an interesting matchup at Penn's Manor. They were a 34-0 victor tonight at Medill Field up the hill at United. Penn's Manor, you knew they weren't going to have two bad years in a row, and Billy Packer has them rolling out of the gate here. I've always said I respect their staff. They do what they do every year, and they're pretty consistent with it. This year in particular, those athletes are a year older. Just some really good guys like Hill, Marshall, Corvina, Bagley. I know there's a Baum kid that plays well. They have a really good senior lineman. They got some kids that have been hungry. We're going to have to work and prepare and get healthy, and we're going to have to get a little more diverse. I mean, I acknowledge that. I mean, we got a kid like Krajosik. We got to try to get him the ball in the air too, but it's hard, when you're, with your third or fourth guy, and he understands that. But we have some playmakers in space, and we just need to try to keep fine-tuning that. Yes, hard to believe. 12 total yards passing in 2 games, none tonight. And you're 2-0.
Sounds like the old days, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Coach, thanks for doing this. 34-20 victory. We'll see you next Friday night in Kenwood.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, guys.
Head coach Greg Page of the Homer Center Wildcats coming back to look at the stats and wrap things up at Memorial Field. 34-20, Homer Center wins it. Continuing for a final time on the First Commonwealth Bank postgame show on the Panthers Wildcats Renda Media Football Network.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
20 victory. Let's look at the stats real quickly for River Valley. Ethan Kishlock, 10 carries for 19 yards. Not a lot going on for the Panthers. Sam Yanitz, 4 carries, 10 yards. 22 total rushes for only 31 yards for River Valley and a touchdown. Passing department, Woodring was 7 of 15 for 150 yards. 2 long touchdown passes coming late for a couple of scores. River Valley ran 37 plays for 181 yards in the football game. For the Homer Center Wildcats, big night, Landon Hill, 30 carries for 178 yards and 5 touchdowns. Braden Dunn, 9 carries, 62 yards. Angelo Alexander, before he suffered that shoulder or collarbone injury, 7 carries, 63 yards. He looked impressive, but his night was short-circuited again. So tough going for him. He had a concussion in the scrimmage, and now this injury that's going to put him on the shelf for a while. Krajosik, 4 carries, 25 yards. Riley Clevenger, kudos to him for a good work as the emergency quarterback. 7 attempts, 25 yards. And Isaiah McCracken, 3 carries for 7 yards. Total rushing attempts, 50 for Homer Center for 337 yards and 5 touchdowns. Alexander was 0 for 2 passing. Clevenger 0 for 1. 53 total plays for 337 yards to River Valley's 181. As for our out-of-town scoreboard, Jake Slobotnik, you have the finals.
That's right. There were a lot of shutouts tonight across the Heritage Conference. 30-0, Northern Cambria beats Marion Center. West Shamokin blanked by Purchase Line 28.
That was 28-7.
28-7 the final. That's right. I forgot there was an adjustment to that. Penns Manor blanked United Valley 34-0. Cambria Heights edged Portage by the score of 13-6 in WPIAL play. Indiana, after 3 overtimes, defeats Knock 32-31.
You know, in the first half, I thought this game's moving along pretty nicely, but then the 20-minute halftime, 30 minutes, whatever it was, and a long second half. And here we are at 10:20 in the evening here at Memorial Field. Jake, we'll split back up next week. Good working with you. You'll be back at Ernie Woodmar Field at Memorial Stadium. Cambria Heights Highlanders is going to be another big challenge for the Panthers.
That's right. Panthers got to try to get that first loss for Cambria Heights next week, get the first win for them. And we heard Coach Jess Hauser. This is only going to fuel them a little bit more to get that win next week.
And Homer Center, going to be a lot of hype about this game. The hype machine will be out for week number 3. 2 2-0 teams trying to get the upper hand early on in the Heritage Conference. Penns Manor and Homer Center. We'll see what the Homer Center quarterback situation is next Friday. So thank you to Ward Hilliard. We put him back on sideline duty tonight. Our radio engineer, executive producer of Wildcat Sports, Michael Burdig. Our executive, oh no, I can't say executive, just our producer of the digital department, John Smathers, because he wants a raise with that word, so be careful.
Just throw the word honorary in front of it.
No, that would mean no pay. So
John is all for that.
Yeah, John Smathers, our video producer. You can't believe what goes on, and we spent a lot of time in this press box with some adjustments, but we got some internet service installed, and things went pretty well tonight on that side. We are glad about that, trust me. So until we all talk to you next Friday night, Mark Burdig reminding you that the final score here from Memorial Field in Homer City was the Homer Center Wildcats 34 and the River Valley Panthers 20. Until we talk to you next weekend from our separate venues from Homer City. So long, everybody.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah,